Okay, I think we're about ready to go live. I'm here today with the AlphaFrog Invitational. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, yeah, excited to be here as well. I think we're just about ready to get going.
Yes, for those of you that were expecting J-Bro, he had to drop out last minute. He had some stuff going on, so I'm joined with one of the top 8 players, Arthur Peck, who has graciously volunteered to step in.
Yeah,
So we're going to be replacing him with Swellmate, who got 9th place in the league. And I'm going to hit the ready check button, and we can just get straight to the draft here.
yeah, let's do it. I'm super excited to be here and, get an opportunity to chat about Cube for a few hours, so it's very exciting.
Anybody who's just tuning in with no context to what's happening, this is the finale of a league that the Divination Cube draft server has put on recently, featuring yours truly's Cube. So all of these players, well, half of these players, battled their way through 4 weeks of league gaming and earned more points than everybody else. And then the other half of the players are from my own personal Cube draft server. They got a shortcut here to the finals.
Yeah, it was really exciting. I took part in the month-long league in the Divination Discord, and I'll tell you, there's some pretty good players in there. So I'm excited to see how they match up against kind of the ringers, as it were.
Yeah, this is going to be great because it should be interesting to see how the metagames stack up against each other, because there's definitely a distinct metagame in my own draft server of everybody playing against each other, and then they learn the strategies that everybody's kind of going after. And then when you go to a different environment, there could be a completely different set of prioritizations.
Absolutely.
So
So it looks
we're
like we
following
have the
John
first pack
Art here, who won the most points during the league.
Yeah, yeah, and rightfully so, John. I've played against John a number of times, and they're very good. So
This is a very
looks like we
strong
got
pack.
pack one. Yeah. What
There's
stands out to you?
Well, obviously, Animate Dead and Scalding Tarn and Lightning Bolt are just like 3 of the best. I don't know how to exactly put it. They're not like the top tier of cards, but right below that tier of things that you're really happy to see in a pack. Fetch land, cheap interaction. We see the fetch land
Yeah,
being taken.
yeah, absolutely. I agree. They're very open cards, but high power level. If you're gonna miss on power, they're pretty good at second level of card to get access to. Looks like we have pack two here. What's your thoughts on Lutri? It looks like John's highlighted that.
Lutri is just, it's so free. And if you start with Scalding Tarn, your mana is already kind of angling toward wanting it.
Right. So set up for it. Not too hard to make it really good, and the floor of 3 mana for a 3/2 flash creature is pretty good. Start with that eighth card kind of in your hand.
Yeah, a good like default bias to have in the draft is if you can pick up a card that's just like guaranteed to make it into your pile. It's usually better than a card that you're like speculating on. It's like Lutri is always going to make the deck, even if the mana doesn't
Yeah,
really support
yeah,
it. Like as long as you have one red source, one blue source in your deck, like you might be able to cast it sometimes, and it's free. So
right. It's not even taking a slot out of your 40. So this is an interesting pack, right? We've got Orcish Bowmasters and Reanimate as the front runners in my mind.
yeah, he selected the
They're big
Bowmasters,
Bowmasters pretty
which
late.
is definitely something to note because he's now past Animate Dead, which was arguably the best
Hmm.
card in the pack, and now Reanimate is
Yeah,
the best
yeah,
card in this pack. So whoever,
and an Ashen Rider in pack two. So
yeah, it
so
looks
it's
like
right there.
Uncle Cardboard is going to be a happy camper getting past all these Reanimate signals.
Absolutely. This is an interesting one. So more reanimation stuff that I kind of expect John's going to pass at this point. Um, and then, yeah, a bunch of good blue cards and a number of green cards. So in your cube, John's got Narset selected here. Are there a lot of combos with Narset, or is it kind of more value oriented?
Well, I think Narset pairs really well with Orcish Bowmasters because it tells you to look for the same kind
Sure.
of cards. You just want to find
Fair.
Wheel of Fortunes, and now the deck
Yeah,
is sort of
and
set up to take any sort of like Echo of Eons, Time Spiral that he might be seeing.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, Preordain, that's a card that
Preordain,
LSV kind of turned me on
events.
to. I'd,
Okay,
I'd show
yeah,
like a
yeah,
pack, I'd be like, what's the pick? And Preordain wouldn't even be on my radar. An LSV would be like, oh yeah, Preordain here. You don't have any blue cards, doesn't matter. Preordain's broken.
right, yeah, yeah. Has it been in your cube for a while and just you weren't taking it, or is it a kind of a new addition over something else?
No, it's always been in. I
Yeah,
don't value the cantrips highly enough, apparently. It's good to have,
yeah,
one of the masters point that out to you sometimes. Just
right.
like,
I've definitely
whoa,
learned
you're
a
not
lot
taking.
more listening to LSV, but
I have that
yeah,
interaction with LSV a lot where I'll write off a card and he'll be like, "What are you crazy?" And then I'll have to
yeah, I
reevaluate
think
things because clearly he knows what he's talking about.
right. Oh, this is an interesting take.
Oh, Deep Cavern Bats is
Um,
solid.
it
Anytime,
is for sure.
like when you're building a deck, a lot of the pitfalls that players fall into is just not grabbing enough ways to spend your mana. And so just
Yeah,
having proactive plays in the early game is so important.
yeah, yeah. I found myself in cube, losing because I don't have enough cheap interaction, and Deep Cavern Bats is exactly that. Just 2 mana interactive spell is exactly where you want to be. That's a really good
Tameo,
pack for John as well. Yeah, Tameo's great here. I like Tameo a lot.
I haven't played with it
Um,
enough to know exactly how good it is, but I like seeing it picked here whenever a new card gets added and then it's just high on people's radars. That's always exciting to me.
right, see how it goes. Okay, this is interesting. So, right, we've seen a bunch of reanimation stuff go around. There's still Exhume here, which the person that John's right might be interested in.
I'm a fan
What do
of
you think
this
about?
recurring nightmare.
I mean, I too love recurring nightmare. I don't get it to work as much as I want it to, but when it works, it is
I'm
so
just
sweet.
looking at like we have Tameo, we've got Bowmasters, we've got this Deep Cavern
Bats.
Bats. We have fodder to sacrifice.
This has got to be the best pick eight you could hope for here, right? In Underground Sea.
Yeah, Underground Sea is a really nice grab. Phantom Interference we saw was the pick. This
Yeah,
player is definitely trying to just go for the blue black interactive good strategy. Good old Shelly D
yeah.
Isle. I like this
Have
card
you?
because he's got the Narset and the Bowmasters, and Sheldock is a really good way to like hide away your Wheel of Fortune, and then you set it
Mhm.
up so that you can cast them both on the same turn.
Yeah, exactly. It gives your opponent less opportunity to interact with either half of that combo, which is also it's just really nice. And then if you do get like the red wheel, that helps set up Shelldock as well, which is cool.
I do love a
So
Snapcaster Mage. I would be
I know that's
disappointed
what I
if
was
that's
looking
not
at. I
the
was like
pick.
Snapcaster Mage. What do you think about taking a speculative pick on Trinket Mage, hoping to get a Mox or a cheap artifact?
Oh, Trinket Mage is great. I would take it if it weren't for the Snapcaster Mage. I'm just
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
if we're gonna be drafting a mage, I want the flashy one that flashes back my removals.
Yeah, for sure. Plays well with bowmasters and the counter spells. I mean, obviously the counter spells because they're instants, but the more flash things you have, the better off you are, right?
Yes,
You
I
don't
think
have to
that.
decide what to do until later.
Well, yeah. Also, just being able to pass with your mana up every single turn gives you more options.
Right, right.
I think the Zagoth
Yeah.
Triumph is maybe the best Triumph to pick up in this spot because there's a lot of green cards that we could want to splash,
Yeah,
namely
I've been curious in your
Nadu, Oko.
Discord. Yeah, Oko and Leovold. I don't know if Leovold's in your queue, but those two stand out
Yeah,
as
Leovold as well.
excellent in this deck. Yeah.
Asika's Chariot,
Um,
the ultimate green splash.
right. Just that one green mana and you get so much out of it. It's kind of a whole game plan all by itself.
3 Steps Ahead is a pretty sweet card. The create a copy token of the creature you control is a very nice ambush.
It is, yeah. I don't get it. I don't see it cast for that very often. Usually see it as a 3 mana counter spell or a 5 mana, counter two, draw two, discard one. But the copy is really sweet I guess in this deck if you get enough mana, right?
Yeah, the
Copy
versatility on the
pretty
card
nice.
just makes it super
It's
solid.
just so good.
Like any of
Yeah.
the individual rates are just okay, but having a discard outlet for your reanimator plan or a cancel while preordaining that
Apparently,
late, smash
this
that
pod is
button.
on your right. Yeah, smash the preordain. This pod's on your old valuation of the card.
Sometimes it just
So
doesn't fit. Like a lot of the time, if you're gonna
yeah,
get a card that slots into your archetype versus a cantrip, it's tempting to just take the archetypal card, even if the
yeah,
smoother
I
is
definitely
maybe.
find myself in that kind of decision a lot. So that was a really good pack for John. It looked like kind of 14 out of 15 cards they want to play.
Yeah, that's how you know you were in the right lane.
Absolutely.
So Comet here is probably the strongest card in the pack, but I don't think we're going that deep.
I agree. Yeah, this
Mox
is an interesting
Diamond,
pack.
maybe Fallen Shinobi or Jace, Fractured Identity. All these cards are probably a little bit more appealing.
Yeah, I think you know, both my personal preference and I would, you know, based on what I learned drafting in the Divination Discord, I'm guessing Mox Diamond will be the take here. Um, Fallen Shinobi, at least in the league drafts, goes pretty late. I would be really tempted to try to get that on the wheel because it looks great in this deck.
Yeah, I agree that
Um,
Fallen Shinobi might actually be the strongest card for the deck, but it's probably worth gambling on it tabling.
yeah, yeah, and Mox Diamond, like it's not as good as one of the original Moxen, but I think it's probably the best backup Moxen, as it were. So this is pretty interesting. I love Kappa Cannoneer, but I don't think John has enough artifacts for it.
Well, we just got the Mox Diamond, so I'd be tempted to
I
take
guess we
Urza
did.
Saga.
Yeah, Saga's great here. I always undervalue Saga, but you don't really need very much
It's another one of those
to make
cards
it
where
fantastic.
if your hand is like Bowmaster's Phantom Interference, it allows you to just pass with your mana up and then make a decision.
Yeah, yeah. I think when you're picking Urza's Saga, it's I tend to overvalue wanting those 0 and 1 mana artifacts when really you don't need very much. And then
Picking up the fetch land, can't hate on
yeah,
that. I
no,
notice,
absolutely not. I love having good mana.
yeah, I notice some of the best players value the fetch lands just so high. And I think that with
Yeah,
the triomes and all of the new mana fixing, the surveil lands, fetch lands are just at a premium that they've never even, and they've always been at a premium, but now they're just like
yeah.
a step better.
Being able to have a land that, three lands or four lands in your deck that can surveil you one is really strong. Um, and like cube cards are just so powerful. Taking having a good mana base like John's doing here in the first couple packs, pack and a half, I guess, sets you up to just take the best card out of follow-on packs, which is generally a good place to be since the best card is so good a lot of the time.
We were seeing so many blue cards table last pack that Flare of Denial might make its way back around.
It might.
That's some
I have
value
I
with
have liked that
Snapcaster.
one. Yeah, that's a ton of value of Snapcaster. Then it's just yeah, it works on both ends.
I don't think that you can
Great.
flash back for the sacrifice cost because you can only pay one alternate cost when
Right, right.
casting a
Yeah.
spell. But still, just using Snapcaster to flashback preordain and then having a counterspell in your
Having
hand.
a blue creature to sacrifice. Yeah.
I'm a sucker for
Yeah.
Displacer Kitten. I don't know if it's the right pick here, but it's my pick.
Yeah. It sets you up for so many it's got like cool little interactions that get you value and a bunch of really broken interactions that just end the game on the spot, right? So it fits in both spots. I love it as part of a cube because it's not free to play, right? You have to pay something to play that card. But if you set up for it, it rewards you, which I think is a really fun part about cubing.
Taking the Sacred Foundry there is something that
That's
wasn't on
it.
my radar, but I'm here for
Not
it.
at all.
Two of our
I
fetch
guess
lands find it. You
right.
never know when you're going to need red or white mana. There was a
Looking
Fractured
at the
Identity we might be splashing if it tables.
that's true. That'd be an interesting table. I don't know if it will.
We could take the invert
Maybe getting
polarity
rewarded
here.
with invert polarity after picking up the Sacred Foundry. A little bit of foresight by John.
Oh,
I
he
haven't
did
played
it.
with invert polarity.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
that
he did.
chariot I was gushing about earlier too.
Yeah. What do you think about a Hex Drinker as a green splash? Hex Drinker is a card that
Amazing.
I've been soloed by so many times.
Hex Drinker, turn one Hex Drinker is the strongest play in all of Magic the Gathering. It's never been beaten.
That definitely is what it feels like. Just going into a match with knowing nothing, and your opponent goes Forest Hex Drinker, and you're looking at a hand of discard spells and counter spells, and just the game is over.
Yesterday, I drafted one of the sickest decks in a 64, and my opponent just goes turn one Hex Drinker, turn two Channel, level it all the way up. I scooped up my
Uh,
cards pretty
oh
fast.
yeah. This is a really interesting pivot from John picking up the Wasteland into the Ren and Six. I think their mana is good enough to do it. But after starting on Bowmaster's Narset, looking for those Wheel of Fortune effects, and then a Fast Bond, I guess getting rewarded for mana here, right?
Yeah, I like this Fastbond pick a lot, actually, because it
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
necessarily fit into the current plan, but with the idea of Bowmasters and Narset, if you get the wheels for the Fastbond, like that's exactly where you want to be at.
yeah. It's just another way to end the game with Wheel of Fortune. So yeah, it's that's interesting. I never really thought about that, but it really does. They're kind of different parts of that same like Wheel of Fortune core.
Yeah, a lot of the time you just want to build a deck where everything kind of functions on its own, but then when you get certain like cross energies, everything becomes really powerful. Taking Jace
Yeah.
over the Fallen Shinobi.
Yeah, I think I like that pick given how, the previous seven picks of the pack went when we opened the Fallen Shinobi. It looked really strong, did successfully wield it, but taking a lot of lands and non-creature spells, I
Also
kind of
seems
like
to
the Jace
be
pick up there.
just noticing that the black cards are not coming around, and the
Right.
fact that we passed to premium reanimator spells, it looks like
Yeah.
it's just the plan is to get out of black and try to figure out a different support color here.
Right. Play probably this Orcish Bowmaster is going to stick around, but maybe not any other black cards. That makes a lot of sense with passing all those really good reanimation cards to either Uncle Cardboard or Legacy Dan. I'm sure one of those two snapped him up.
Well, I know that Jake Uncle Cardboard is a big fan of reanimator, so I'd be surprised
Okay.
if those cards.
Yeah, that's probably where they stopped.
So here's something worth noting: the Jace Wielder of Mysteries and the Thassus Oracle have been passed in this pack.
Yeah, there's been a ton of blue cards going around, so I'd be pretty surprised. There might be like one or two other players splashing it, but I'm guessing that John is the only person who's primarily on blue. Oh, here we
Wow, that's
go.
a lot of power.
We got there. So
I can't believe that
Mox
chariot made it all
Emerald,
the way back too. That's a
I
big
know, right?
signal that you want to have green be your secondary color if you're going to be tabling stuff like that.
Right, like that's a very good card for sure. And it just attacks like this deck looks susceptible to counter magic, but then, Chariot puts such a huge clock.
Personally, I'm on
Where are you
recall
at here?
here, but I
Okay.
could see taking the Emerald as well. I just feel like the deck doesn't really take advantage of the fast mana so much as it takes advantage of having a lot of cards.
Yeah, and when you have like Snapcaster Mage, right, that obviously plays fantastic with Ancestral. It plays good as Mox Emerald too, but I think a little less good.
Also, when you have Fastbond in play, Ancestral Recall is just better than a Mox.
That's true, right? It's
Through and
it's
through.
drawing you just lands. So,
Yeah.
what do you think about Zurin Orb there? I guess it'll probably come back,
Yeah, I would
but
definitely be hoping to
combos
table the
nicely with
Zurian
Fast
Orb and
Bond.
find the Crucible or Ramunap for the infinite mana combo.
Right, yeah, to really get it going.
So
This
the
is interesting. This is not
Triome
a great pack for John, right? There's a Triome. I don't
Currency
know what type
Converter
of
has
deck
some
it is.
applications.
Yeah, that's a card I've definitely been turned on to by listening to LSV is if you can just kind of discard without activating the discard mode of it, it really just nets you a ton of value, right?
Yeah. I love me a Fable. I would never pass Fable.
I know. Every time I see it, I'm like, yes, this card is awesome. Such a weird card when it was printed. At least people better than me knew that it was good, but it just looks like it doesn't do very much, and then you get all these incremental things together, and it's just fantastic.
Well, if I may toot my own horn, my team is the team that played it in the first professional event.
That's awesome. Yeah, so you guys cracked it. The
Well, we
card's
stole
highly
the
nominated.
idea from some arena gamers, but you got to know a good idea when you steal it.
That's right. So it looks like John's getting access to his first shot at a wheel effect here with Time Spiral.
Yeah, it's
I don't
painful
know
to
if this,
pass the Jace when you have
it is
Ancestral Recall already,
ancestral.
but sometimes you just have to make your deck work.
Right, having just one shot at a draw seven with the Orcish Bowmasters in the Narset is such a game changer on how the deck functions.
Uncle Cardboard's deck is going to be so cracked. He's getting a
It's
persist here as
I
well,
know, right?
as
It's
long as he
really
got the
interesting to kind of
reanimation
see
creatures.
almost getting a shot at seeing two different
Oh
decks
wow,
here.
and a Necromancy potentially. Although I
Right,
could
so there's
see.
Thopter Foundry here.
Oh yeah,
I
and there
think
was the.
the swords in this pack,
Yeah, the sword is coming
sort of the
back
main.
around almost certainly, so that's worth
Almost no one
noting.
takes it. Yeah. Null Drifter's an interesting addiction too sometimes. Um, have you played with it much
I haven't had a
in a cube
chance.
environment?
I haven't had a chance to play much of the cube with the new additions yet, unfortunately. But it does strike me as the sort of card that I would be very happy to cast or evoke
Right.
or reanimate. So,
Yeah, it just kind of does everything really for doesn't ask too much. Blue mana.
so what
This
are
is
we taking
interesting.
from this
I
pack?
don't know. So I really
Fatal
like Oracle.
Push.
What Fatal Push is that is the cheap interaction element. Oh, do you think I'm really high on Days as a zero mana interaction. I don't know if John's gonna have enough islands for it.
You
Um,
don't need that many islands. It's fine to hardcast.
it is, yeah, that's true.
I am just floored. Oh yeah, we have to take the Crucible here.
Okay, so this is John. Yeah, I would say John has navigated this draft very well. A That Underground Sea pick eight pack one. Pick eight's kind of that special spot, right? It's the last new card you get to see. Oh,
Oh,
interesting
Psychic
passing Crucible
Frog.
here.
It kind of makes
I would be
sense.
really tempted because you got a good shot at getting that orb back.
Yeah,
That
it's
would have
like
been
you
really
do know the orb is going to table, but on the other hand, you didn't really get the all the ways to make your deck like super consistent. So like while he would have
yeah,
the
yeah.
combo in the deck, it's not necessarily going to be drawn every game or matter as
Right.
much.
It is. It does take three pieces to do the thing,
If he had
and
more
you're
of
not going to
the
find
like
the pieces.
time spiral type things, it would be easier to come together. Here's
Yeah,
a
that's
probably
true.
Basim,
Yeah, I don't. I
maybe.
don't know what Basim does, but
Okay, I'll tell you.
it's a
I
neat
found
card.
it when I
Yeah.
was looking through the new commander cards from Modern Horizons. It's a or maybe that's an Assassin's Creed card. At any
I think it's
rate,
an Assassin's Creed card, but yeah,
2 mana for a 2/2, perfect rate. Whenever you
yeah.
cast a historic spell, you draw a card, but it only triggers once a turn. And then whenever it deals combat damage, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So
Okay. Yeah. So kind of like the oh man, what's there's the old blue red legend from a I don't know half dozen sets ago that triggered to draw a card on a historic spell, right? But for half the cost.
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if it's going to be great or solid or just merely playable, but I've seen I think it was Aspiring Spike had a deck with it in Modern and he really liked
Okay.
it. And I could just sort of foresee the applications being there. Like blue black tends to pick up errant artifacts, so you're going to be able to trigger it.
Mhm.
Like
There's definitely
playing
a lot more
Basim and
legends
then like a
around as
Baleful
well.
Strix the next turn to draw 2 cards is pretty nice. And then just as an
Yeah,
early
that's
play
okay.
that scales, having creatures that you can cast it and then Fatal Push their creature, get in, and then your creature's bigger than their next creature.
Yeah, and plays really nice. I like with the Fallen Shinobi. I like Fallen Shinobi as like this weird kind of like backdoor blue black win condition. Random 2 mana creatures that get you value otherwise play really well with that plan. So it's nice to kind of fill that role out a little bit.
Yes. Ooh, Thieving Skydiver. Oh no, wait, we have to take
I know.
Spellseeker.
Oh, I guess yeah. It's a you got the this is a pretty good Spellseeker deck.
I love
I
Thieving
definitely
Skydiver.
I know it's Thieving Skydiver is one of those cards that it can just really break a game wide open. Um, I think the my favorite thing to do with it and my least favorite thing to happen to me is Umazai's Jite, right?
Oh
Always
yeah.
played in the white decks. absolutely best card against the white decks. You have a Thieving Skydiver, and you just get to steal their card and just have the best card in the game to beat them with.
Yeah, what I like about it is it's good at beating decks that are better than yours. Like if your opponent starts with a
Oh
mana
yeah,
crypt,
that's
it can balance that game, and it just does the thing of, they have a skull clamp that they're running away with the game. You can just take that.
yeah, absolutely. That's a really good way to think about it as a way to beat a better deck.
And then at
So
its
this seems
floor, it's just a great Fallen Shinobi character.
yeah,
So
absolutely a 2 mana 2 on flyer pressures planeswalkers gets you on the board early. Blocks. Sometimes blue decks want to do that.
get that Chariot in here. We love Chariot.
I know, right? I was looking at so this is a really interesting deck. I think John's gonna have a hard time building this. Um, it
Well, there's a
looks
lot of
good, but
good
they just have a
cards,
lot of choices.
so it should turn out okay.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to make a great deck here,
Okay, I'm gonna pull
for sure.
up the break screen here. We can keep chatting. I just don't want to stream John renting the deck.
Yeah, that's fair. So that was a pretty interesting draft. I think John didn't have an easy seat, but ended up navigating it pretty well. How do you think they're going to build that?
Yeah, I really like that the deck is so strongly base blue. It gives you a lot of options when it comes to building because you're going to have just the core of extremely castable things. You're going to play a ton of islands, and then you have Preordain, Ancestral Recall, Snapcaster, and
Yeah.
that all works out really well to smooth your mana fixing and make sure that you get what you need in order to progress the game. It looked like
Hmm.
there's a decent amount of counter magic for interaction. So the downside of counter magic as your interaction is you have to get on the board faster than your opponent so you can hold up the counter magic, or you have to have ways to generate tempo so if they get on board ahead of you, you don't fall
Yeah,
behind. And I think
you
that could
don't
be
just
the
die to the
main.
1 mana creature.
Yeah, I think that could be the main issue with the deck is he has a
Hmm.
fatal push, but I didn't
Yeah,
really see much else in the way of crowd control. So if the opponent is carving out, he might have trouble on getting off
catching
the
up
back
with
foot.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I definitely like in four color decks, and John set themselves up really well for this. Where you do want like when you're building the mana base, you're like, well, I definitely need double blue, but then I can get away with like one of everything else, and that makes the mana base so much easier to deal with, so that you can, make sure you can cast your fatal push early or your cheap creatures to not fall behind.
So when you were drafting in the league, did you have a specific style of deck that you would go for that you were having success with?
Um, I like to think I can draft a lot of different decks. I definitely had the most success with it's tough to say white beatdown decks, but mono white or white with fourth Earlingus as an incredibly powerful card. Um, it's just a deck that even in on Magic Online queues is pretty underdrafted. In the Divination Discord League, it was also fairly underdrafted, at least in the early weeks. And that deck can just do so many different things if you're whether you're curving Mother of Runes into cheap beatdown creatures, or you've got Thalias, or you're playing this Blink style um, Palace Jailer deck, you can play 20 turn games, you can play 4 turn games. Um, Definitely had a lot of success with that deck. Um, my pet decks are definitely blue decks and combo decks. I can't help myself. If there's not very much on the line, it's really hard for me to pass Doomsday. But
Oh yeah, the
interestingly,
Doomsday decks are so fun.
it's just a blast. It's such a weird way to win, but it's also a very hard way to win. Um, I think in the divination Discord, and it kind of balanced out a little bit. Green was really it tended to be pretty underdrafted, so you'd get a lot of people splashing chariots, like you mentioned, which is just a great card. But not a lot of people playing Elvish Mystics. So I'd be curious to see if was that a similar occurrence in your drafts, or it's kind of a different metagame evolve where you had more of those Elvish Mystic players.
Um, Generally, there will be like phases where people will be drafting the green deck and then it gets overdrafted and then nobody has success with it and people stop drafting it for a while.
Yeah, yeah. That's definitely it's one of those decks that I think it's hard to have two drafters really wanting Elvish Mystics and Noble Hierarchs and have them both be successful. So definitely going in cycles makes a lot of sense. Um,
With the
when you're
addition of all the
drafting,
there like green has gotten a huge buff in the last year.
oh yeah,
There's so many better
totally
like
changed
green
how it
mid-range
plays.
cards that
Hmm.
you don't even necessarily need the elves in order to make the green deck good anymore. It's just sort of like something that comes together where you're curving out Bristly Bill into Sentinels of the Nameless City, and then your two
Keeps
drop and your
them
three
in
drop have to be
corner.
dealt with, or you're gonna win. So
Yeah, yeah, and then frequently followed up with a questing beast or the other 4 mana 4/4 haste creature is just it's or chariot, and all those are just they slam the door if your opponents failed to answer. Yeah, those bristly bills or the Sentinel of the Nameless City is a card that definitely moved up in my estimation over the course of about 3 or 4 months from a mopey green card to yeah, I'll just put this in a deck that has green mana for the ability, yeah, to just generate value and absolutely, just beat down the opponent. In the drafts that you've ran over in your Discord or that you personally play, what's your pet deck or what have you seen the most success with?
I am personally partial to red cards. I don't know if that is more of a product of the metagame of my drafts or more of just my own personal bias. I really like to attack with haste creatures. It brings me joy. The Death
Yeah,
Greeter.
Death Graders. That's definitely a card. The first time I saw it, I think I had to read it, and then I promptly died to it. It just piles on damage so fast.
Yeah, I like to just dash that turn after turn until my opponent is gone.
Yeah, it's routinely uh 10 damage out of hit 10 haste damage just out of nowhere. You think you feel safe, or if you have a I think I've got by it mostly. Have a planeswalker in play, feel kind of safe, either attack or sometimes like hold up fatal push, and then Death Reader comes down and just throws 10 damage at you. Has that been pretty successful? Is that kind of a deck that you can find yourself in a lot, kind of underdrafted, or just something you
Yeah,
you know you enjoy?
I think like inherently Death Greeter, despite being like a very powerful card that does a ton of damage out of nowhere, you can't really take it as highly as a lot of the other cards that are like premium. So it tends to
Yeah,
float to the middle more. So
absolutely.
as a
Yeah.
result of that, like I tend to prioritize stuff like Lightning Bolt, Burst Lightning really highly, and then I have cheap interaction, and then I'm just getting stuff like Magda. I really like that deck. Apart from that, whenever I can get into combo, I do. However, combo is definitely overrepresented in our metagame. Like everybody wants to do the fancy, fun things.
Right. Everyone's out there with their underworld breaches. Um, so the divination Discord, that we draft your cube quite a bit. We draft LSV's cube a lot as well. I know you and LSV have your cubes are they've diverged a bit. There's a lot of different supported archetypes in one and not the other. Um, Curious to hear a little bit about your design strategy or what maybe from your perspective led to some of those divergences.
Yeah. Well, originally our cubes were almost completely similar.
Hmm.
Um, at some point, LSV recognized that my cube could use an overhaul, and he did a great job of cutting through it and fleshing out certain archetypes and adding cards that I had either forgotten or overlooked. And then they have just sort of evolved together at this point where, every time LSV does an update, I will look at it and scrutinize it and decide what I like about it and what I don't like about it. And I
Hmm.
feel like the main point of contention now between the two cubes would be LSVs tends to skew towards like mid-rangey multicolor decks with good mana. He has more cards that are like that fit into like a specific archetype, like domain,
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
Whereas I
So
try
like the
to,
narrower cards.
yeah, I try to have just more broad cards because one of the things that like irks me about a cube is if I'm drafting it a lot and I see the same cards go late every single draft, it feels like those cards maybe don't even belong in the cube. So that's how I tend to make
Yeah.
cuts. It's not necessarily on what cards are the best or the worst. It's what cards do people actually want to put in their decks frequently.
Right.
So
I think
even if
that's a really
something
good way.
is powerful like the Dark Depths combo, I think it deserves a spot in a lot of cubes. It's just if you have a group that's drafting the cube day in and day out, and 90% of the drafts, Dark Depths, Thespian Stage, that stuff is going last, it's just taking up spots. It's better to have cards
Right.
that people want to compete for, I think.
I think you're right. I think that's a really, insightful way to think about cube design. And like, if you do have a play group, or even if you don't, it's, more about how do you make a pleasant play experience for the people playing the cube over, what wins the most or what's the spikiest set of cards. Um, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think getting a couple decks in, it looks like. Have we I don't know. We got a few more viewers now, but have you talked about what the format for this invitational is? I
Uh,
mean, obviously too,
yeah,
but
we
I
can
meant
go
like
over
you
that
know, kind of the
again.
tournament structure, just to so people can know what to expect and see what there's to
Yes.
see.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we've done the first draft. What we're going to do now is everybody's going to play one round, and then we're going to cut straight to top eight. Everything is single elimination. Um, this way we get to feature the most drafting possible because I know that's what people want to see. We want
Yeah,
to see more
drafting's the
drafts.
fun part, right? Yeah.
So yeah, after the first round, we're going to cut to top eight and do a second draft, and then we'll play that one out. Everything is single elimination, and what we're playing for today is some cube altars. See if I can get
Yeah,
some pictures on the
there's some
screen
really
here.
sick altars. I don't know, if you did those or if you had someone alter those, but they're really excellent. I don't know if you can
Yeah, they came
share
with
them.
a collection I bought years ago, and I've just been sitting on them, admiring them in my collection. It's like time to let somebody else admire them.
Right? Let some other cubes have some really pretty cards.
Yeah, I don't have a in-person cube group anymore, so not really much point in me keeping the alternates. I'm gonna try to put up some of these deck lists here.
Yeah, I think that's great. I was scrolling through them on the kind of the other screen. So like you said, there is two pods, and we watched. Boy, I should have taken a screenshot of who's in this pod, but I didn't. So obviously we watched John Art and the other folks in that pod. Let's see if we can.
Okay, this is Legacy Dan's deck.
Okay, cool. So Legacy Dan was two
Oh,
people.
the Animate Dead made it through
Um,
Uncle Cardboard.
that's really surprising. It does not look like very much else made it through Uncle Cardboard.
But this deck is
So I'm
nice.
guessing.
It's got
Okay, yeah.
Flash. It's got some good Flash targets. It's got the Entomb,
Oh, there's
Goryo's
that flash.
Vengeance,
Nice.
Emrakul combo.
Okay, Crabomination. I'll be excited to see that one go off if
Oh
we get
yeah,
a chance
Crabom
to.
is very nice.
That's a sweet card. Anything that cast spells for free is a fun time. Um, I see the Virtue of Persistence. That's a card I'm kind of torn on. I really like the 2 mana removal spell part of it, but I seem like I always get got by having access to the 7 mana half. Um, have you had similar experiences?
Sorry, I was distracted. What did you say?
Oh, you're good. Yeah. The Virtue of Persistence, the 2 mana gives
Oh
something
yeah,
-3/-3, and then 7 mana you start reanimating on upkeeps. And whenever I play that card, I love, killing a creature for 2 mana. That's just fantastic. But every time I play the 7 mana half, it seems to not work out. My spell gets bounced or the graveyards get eaten.
yeah. The seven
Um,
mana half is definitely slow. it rewards you for having like a grindy deck that makes the game go long, but it's not bad to have just
right?
it as
Just a
the
free
removal
roll.
spell that gains you some life. I'm gonna pull up another deck here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I Jeweled Amulet's another card, as long as this is up, that I've seen it played. I haven't played with it. Um, it looks it looks like a Mox and kind of plays like one, but then kind of doesn't. It's a really interesting card, and I know it's been printed for, a long, long time, but has recently started popping up in your cube list and LSV's cube list. I don't know if it made it in the Magic Online official cube or not, but what kind of got you onto that card, and how's it played out?
Yeah, well, basically, there's just a lot of reasons to want cheap artifacts in your deck, and the
Yeah, for
card
sure.
doesn't necessarily measure up aside from that. Like it's a fine card to play. Like here, it's not great, but it's not bad. It's never like super embarrassing to play.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
when you have stuff like Kappa Cannoneer or
Yeah.
Forensic
Any way to kind
Gadgeteer,
of
stuff like that,
abuse
Urza,
it. Yeah.
it gets a lot better.
Yeah, I like that. I like the um, definitely having some of those niche cards that can table for the person who really wants them and don't just get snapped up is an important part of cubes.
So
Okay,
this
so
red white deck belongs to former world champion Nathan Stoyer.
okay, excellent. So it looks like he's drafted a nice one. Um, Splashing blue. What's the math? Whenever I see a blue, a third color splash in decks that are playing Thalia, um, makes me look at the mana first thing.
I see 6 sources and a lotus petal. We're
Okay,
solid.
that's enough, I think, right?
Yeah,
Mana
yeah,
bases
plenty.
are really contentious in Cube. So, personally, I like I'm gonna, yeah, Karsten's article that's probably 12 years old now, for those of you who haven't read it. But that's how I build my mana bases. So six sources for 3 blue spell sounds about right. What about you?
Yeah, that seems fine. If you're not trying to cast the spells early, 6 is plenty. You'll be casting them on average by turn 4. Maybe it's turn 5 for 6. I don't remember exactly.
Either way, for those cards, it seems totally acceptable.
And here we have our feature drafters deck. Looks like it's built
So
basically the way it was looking during the stream here. Just all of these.
lots of good blue cards. So it looks like Fastmon did make it in. I was curious whether that would make it. Um, and the Leyland Binding did not make it in. So do you think that's just a concession to mana base or a power level choice?
Probably concession to mana base. We have what? One, two. It would only be like 4 sources for it. It's probably a card that
Yeah,
he'll consider boarding in if it's going to be good.
yeah, for sure, for
I would
sure.
be playing this Chariot personally, but I think I overvalue that card compared to a lot of other drafters.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know if it's if you're overvaluing it or if everyone else is undervaluing it because it's definitely a good card. Um,
What does chat think? Should we be
yeah,
playing the
it's
Asika's
a great
Chariot?
question. I saw crop rotation in John Art's sideboard. Um, I think that might be a really good sideboard card for them if they've got a wasteland in the deck, and so if wasteland is good against your opponent, having access to that crop rotation is kind of exciting.
I would be. I don't know what the word for it is. I wouldn't necessarily want to be boarding in crop rotation when the mana is like this
That's true.
because
Yeah,
it's
because you
not
have to
necessarily
have
going to be
green
easy to
mana,
cast,
and
and then you have to have an opponent who is playing so many non-basics that crop rotation for Wasteland is a good play, which is not always going to be the case, even if they have
not
all
always good.
non-basics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe if the opponent has a dark depths, that's got to be about the only situation where it would be worth it. So with the Mox Diamond has the requirement they have to discard a land, do you often count Mox Diamond as your 17th land, or do you play it in addition to 17 lands? You know, John's got 17 lands and a Mox Diamond. I'm always torn on that choice.
I do not count it as a mana source. I just have it in the deck and realize it's almost always going to be worth playing.
Yeah,
A lot of
it's
people say that
usually
you
that
have to
kind of deck.
have 17 lands in order to play it. I'll play it in my 15 land decks. I don't care. It's just so
I will
broken
too.
when it's good.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
mind like
If you
taking
have
an effective mulligan when I can't use it.
exactly, and if you have, you know, the draw sevens like this time spiral, um, then it's good late too. All right, it looks like we have a match.
Yes, I am just getting a player some cards here and then we'll tune in.
Oh yeah, it's all good. Um, so yeah, we will
All
be
right, we
watching
got
it
we got
run.
the matchup. Oh, I should probably take
Yeah,
off this break screen though. We're back.
so we got
We're
John
back. We're
Art and
live. Don't go anywhere.
Nathan Sawyer. Yeah, exciting.
Just bear with production.
Yeah,
We're getting there.
you
We're
know,
putting on the
you're
cube
doing it all.
contents.
So
All right,
we
we're gonna
stretched you
pull
thin
up a
today.
trade here in the background real quick. Don't mind this.
Yeah, so
Just
we've
getting a
got
pyroglyph.
I'll just chat here.
Turn one Tameo.
Got
Is that
John
the new
against
turn one
Nathan.
Ragavan?
I did not see turn one Ragavan.
No, is that the
Just
new
I didn't.
turn one Ragavan?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it looks pretty good here.
It makes you an artifact when it attacks. 1 mana.
Plays well with instants.
Oh no!
I guess it must be the new turn one Ragavan because it got swords.
Yeah, it's
There you go.
worse into swords.
If Nathan respects it that much, maybe I should start respecting it more.
Nathan didn't even play a non-basic for us to Wasteland. So rude.
Yeah, I think I might sit on this wasteland for a while, even if they did, even if he did. I want to be able to cast Ren and six. Let's see. I
Yeah, that's a
should
good point.
pull up. I should pull up John's deck and
I get such delight from mana screwing my opponents. I almost always
it's.
run out the
I mean,
Wasteland or strip mine immediately, just in the off
yeah,
chance that they kept a weak hand.
right. I definitely get that, and like I've both done that and been on the receiving end of that. And these are open deck lists. Um, that's interesting. Were the deck lists open during building, or was it you only have access to your opponent's deck after you've, you know, submitted what you're gonna play?
Well, I didn't really put any restrictions to stop people
Yeah,
from looking at decks while they were building, but I would hope that nobody did, just for
right.
the integrity of
Oh, for sure.
not
And you know, these
metagaming.
people are all they're all here either professional or very, you know, cube aficionados, cube lovers. I think that's
Yeah,
exactly
we're all
what
here
would have
for a good
happened.
time. I don't think anybody's trying to game the system.
Right. I 100% agree. So I'm trying to look at this flooded strand and see if it can get red mana for Ren and six.
It can get
And
Sacred Foundry. That Sacred
Sacred
Foundry.
Foundry, yeah. So John has everything unlocked here that they could possibly want. And now a wasteland target.
Yeah, that
So
Sacred
let's
Foundry
see.
pickup turns out very
It's
heads up. I
looking
was
great.
questioning it at the time, but it shows
Yeah,
that I
looking like
know.
a
John
great
Art is
plan.
the champion here, so flexing those championship skills.
Absolutely. And you know, John Art and I have we play at very similar times, so we've played against each other a lot. Um, and one thing I really respect about John as a player is he's extremely thoughtful. Um, so that, you know, he takes his time, thinks about what the best line is, and more often than not finds it. And it's, you know, I have mad respect for that level of patience and thoroughness in playing Magic.
Yeah, compared to what I do, which is look at my
I
hand
just
and
jam
just,
spells,
yeah,
so
just tap my mana, jam spells, figure out if I made a mistake afterwards.
yeah. Usually I see my mistakes right after my spell resolves. So this is interesting. This is kind of the situation that you set up earlier with a weakness of John's deck of falling behind on board early. Um, so if you're in John's position, right, this is really interesting. We get to see the asymmetrical view. What are you looking for to kind of stabilize this board? That Adeline's looking pretty scary, right?
Yeah, we need to draw the fatal push like right now, basically. Um, the Mother of Runes is going to just take over the game here, and we do not have a lot of interaction for the Adeline. That's the thing I was worried about during the like right after the draft is we missed out on like ways to kill creatures. We're good at
Right.
once we have established board presence and get our mana up, we have the counter magic for everything. But up until then, things can be problematic. Oh yeah, the Ren and Six can come down and take out the Mother of
Yeah,
Runes, which buys us an extra turn to find
absolutely.
removal. But this Adeline clock is definitely not something to be trifled with.
Agreed. It looks like having only one toughness creatures here is really rough for John because you can't just eat that human token that gets made, right? That's something that Adeline's like always this huge threat, but sometimes if you get all these 1/1s, you can just chump her a bunch of times and then, find the fatal push or find the whatever other removal spell you happen to have in your deck. And just eat those 1/1s as they pop up. But it's not the position John's in here, so I think he's got to find an answer pretty quick. This Ren and Six is looking strong. If I'm in John's position, I'm probably trying to keep Ren and Six alive, find Orcish Bowmasters or Fatal Push, right? Orcish
Yes,
Bowmasters, of course, to combo with this Time Spiral. Orcish Bowmasters Time Spiral is gonna absolutely just plague wind Nathan's board.
that would be actually probably the ideal, right?
I think so.
And we
And in the
definitely
meantime,
can survive this turn just by
hmm
merit of chump blocks and counter magic.
yeah, okay, so
Gotta counter that one. If you don't
the
counter that one,
fairy,
you're never countering something again.
exactly. But the fairy inclusion looking pretty good from Nathan right there. So you don't want to lose the Deep Cavern Bats. Let's see. This would be an interesting attack. I'd be really tempted in Nathan's seat to just attack with everything. Probably at the Ren and Six. It's really hard to know. Um,
Yeah,
with
with
the
Ren and
idea
6,
being,
it's an
hmm,
interesting one because it can pick off the Cathar
yeah, the
commander,
Cathar.
so
Exactly.
there's
The
definitely some
Cathar is
value
kind
in
of
killing it.
dead.
But also just ignoring the Ren and 6 and going to the
Going
dome.
going to the face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it depends on. Well,
Try
I
to
guess
close
Nathan
this
doesn't have
game
any
out.
cards in hand, so.
Yeah, it's 4 cards against or 0 cards on Nathan's side against 4 cards in hand on John's side.
So I guess it's probably
Um,
prudent to try to take out the Ren and 6 while you can.
Yeah, and if you can force this Deep Cavern Bat to chump block, you get your Bone Crusher Giant back, which is looking pretty good here. So it'd be interesting to see. I don't know exactly where these attacks are going. Okay, yeah, so looks like Nathan's still in the tank. Um,
Yeah, it's hard.
I'd be
It's
really
hard for me to
tempted.
know. It's hard for Nate to know.
Yeah.
If Nate's struggling with a decision, you know it's a tough one.
Right. This is clearly one of those pivotal points in a game of depending on how this turn goes and what Nathan and John's choices are, right? John could end this game at 2 life, and if that, let's see, yeah, I guess it'd be like if that Adeline goes after John here instead of after Ren and Six, that could be the difference in the game. But
Well, I think
if
it's
Ren
very
and
likely
Six,
Adeline gets
yeah,
chumped regardless.
I agree completely. Um, because it's that Cathar Commando that's making the block, that's kind of causing the decision on John Art's side. Because you could just trade Spellseeker for Cathar Commando and then let Ren and Six die, and you kind of get that activation, quote unquote, because almost certainly next turn, Ren and Six is going to go after the Cathar Commando.
Yeah.
And so you net life, but you lose the possibility of keeping Ren and Six alive on subsequent turns.
And giving Nathan Bone Crusher is also just kind of scary because he might just draw land next turn. And
Right,
with Bone Crusher, a land is a good draw, and without it, a land is a dead draw.
right, exactly.
Well, that was not the Bowmasters we needed.
It wasn't, but I think
We can
so. We've got 5 mana here. Okay, yeah. So
snap to
just main
recall.
facing Snapcaster for recall. Yeah, I was gonna say 5 mana is Snapcaster recall into
Hopefully,
into
find that Fatal Push.
Fatal Push or Bowmasters is gonna be pretty
Oh,
good.
there's the Fatal Push
There's the
and a
Fatal Push
way to
and a
get
fetch
Revolt.
land. So all right,
All right, so yeah, John Art is firmly in the
looking
driver's
good.
seat now.
I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna do the bobble myself trick. So bobble will trigger the fatal push, and then John can decide whether they want to fetch with Misty.
Yeah, it's like Bone Crusher versus.
Oh,
Oh
oh,
yeah, and
this
we
is
can even take
really
out a land
interesting.
here, so the
Going
Bone
after
Crusher
the
is not getting cast.
wasteland.
No, I like this because now Nathan, if he draws a land, he can't cast the Bone Crusher as well as Stomp.
Yeah, and it forces if Nathan wants to stomp the Ren and six, it forces both human tokens to go after Ren and six, which kind of gives John all of the decisions. It's just playing face up, and definitely of the school of giving your opponent decisions is sometimes you have to, but if you can avoid it, that's what you want to do. And it looks like that's probably Nathan's play here is to try to kill this Ren and six.
Yep, both the creatures at Ren and 6 and then Stomp at post combat makes a lot of sense. It's really the only
Yeah,
thing you can do.
right. Yeah, so that was a really I think a canny line from John to plus Ren and six there because it meant that Stomp can't hit Snapcaster and then the tokens kill the Ren and six.
Well, sitting with a 3 steps ahead and 3 pieces of counter magic in hand is good flavor, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's just doing what the card says. So really, it's
Oh, we can
let's
also,
see,
as the
let's
mana grows, we can 3 steps ahead and copy the Snapcaster Mage. Counter something, copy Snapcaster, Fatal Push. That could be a real
yeah,
blowout.
right. It's kind of the world is John's oyster here. I was looking to see what Nathan might have to get back into this game.
No, Nathan missed his
Looks like he's
window.
got what's that?
I think Nathan missed his window. I'm not going to call the
I
game
think
for
you're
John
probably
yet,
right.
but it's going to take some plays from Nathan here.
Yeah, yeah. Looking at what's in Nathan's deck, we've got Broadside Bombardiers is probably their
Nothing's going to
best
resolve.
card.
That's the problem. Stern
I guess
Scolding
that's
and
true,
3
right?
steps
They just
ahead.
like John's never tapping anything,
Yeah,
and can just hold Snapcaster Mac if their life total becomes in jeopardy.
it's just John has so many live draws at this point. He even has the answer to everything in play because of the 3 steps ahead Fatal Push. So
Right.
really, all
Yeah.
he needs to do is just sit back and not lose to like top deck burn spells or something.
Right. Yeah. Haste creatures and burn spells should be pretty straightforward. Do you think John's going to hold on to this time spiral in hopes of drawing Orcish Bowmasters, or it's just dead at this point? You're so far ahead, giving your opponent 7 cards is a mistake.
Yeah, firing it off what could be disastrous is the
Yeah,
real
I agree
issue
completely.
here. It's like I've time spiraled in spots like this, and too many times your new hand is like worse than your old hand, and your opponent is just filled up on gas.
Right.
It's like the
Yeah,
odds
you got to
are
have
that
a
Nathan
really
would
compelling
be
reason.
just stuck with a handful of lands because that's what's left in his deck right now, but it's still not worth
Yeah,
it.
a lot of land. So, and now the 3 steps ahead fatal push is live.
Although John Art is at 6 life, and there is 2 power in play that is
Right.
unchecked.
The race, if you want to call it that, is in Nathan's favor right now.
Yeah, if Nathan can force this 3 steps ahead to just be fired off to clear the board, that's like a
Yeah,
pretty good start.
I agree. I think that's step one in getting John to tap all their mana in the combat step is step one towards finding a way back into this game.
I think I would have been blocking with the Snapcaster earlier because 4 life is significantly less than 5 life when you're playing against an aggro deck.
Yes,
There's just a
absolutely.
lot of
I don't
spells that deal
know.
4 damage.
Yeah, if it doesn't it yeah, burst lightning is in Nathan's deck, and that is a card that's a 1 card that'll do 4 damage. So that's kind of a big game, and Stern Scolding won't counter that. So I think John for a while might have been on your line with the 3 steps ahead of make a token copy of Snapcaster, right, which requires Snapcaster to be in play, but then forced to have to block it here, or block with it rather.
Yes. This is definitely Not breaking very well for John, but he's drawn so many lands in a row here, you can't really predict for that.
And there's the Teferi. Oh, we knew the Teferi was one of the cards in hand because it got memory lapsed. I
Yep.
forgot, but then here it is. So we'll see what comes up off this three steps ahead. But somehow, John kind of breaking for a lot of turns and choosing to race damage with Snapcaster Mage made this game look a lot closer.
Yes. Things could. I mean, if Nathan has burn right here, it could be over.
It could just be over, yeah. And Nathan definitely, a player who knows how to set up getting that key spell through. Although Teferi makes it kind of easy, you have to counter Teferi. Yeah, and there's the lightning bolt. So kind of stole the game back there. It seems like.
Yes. I'm gonna let you take over for a minute. I have to handle something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at John's sideboard here, or will be shortly. Yeah, there we go. Against a red-white aggressive deck. Let's see what John's thinking. Treachery is kind of an okay card, I think. It's nominally kind of 5 mana/0 mana, which is pretty interesting. If you can get to 5 mana, you can take, it can stabilize a board where you're down 2 creatures. It'll just stabilize it immediately, which is pretty nice. Mystical Tutor's probably not doing very much here. It can find it's a second copy of Fatal Push. It's a second copy of Ancestral, which are both good cards, but it's not doing a whole lot other than that. Looks like John's pulled Asika's Chariot kind of to the top of the green pile. I mean, that's a card that Frog was talking about as good. It is a really good card on offense, also a fantastic card on defense, because it gives you kind of 3 blockers. There's a setup where your opponent can kind of bait you into crewing Asika's Chariot, and then they have a single removal spell to get it out of the way. But otherwise, you have 2 tokens left over after that if you live through the turn. And Leyline Binding as a card John can probably cast that answers anything, but is only a 1-for-1, so it doesn't really get John ahead very much. I'm looking at this. What is not very good here? What does not play well against aggro?
That's a good question. Maybe the more expensive counter magic.
Yeah, I could see that. Invert Polarity, probably not great in this matchup.
I'd be getting the Treachery and the Chariot in here. Chariot is a good way to stop Adeline.
Yep.
Treachery as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, those I was thinking Chariot, Treachery, and Leyline Binding as the only cards that might be good, with Treachery and Chariot being significantly better.
And then maybe
What do you think on
like Phantom
go ahead.
Interference.
Yeah, Phantom Interference, because it's just, too easy for 1 and 2 mana spells to get underneath that.
And like invert Polarity or Daze or something like that as well. Like those cards just read to me as being not necessarily bad, but if you're on the draw, your opponent's likely gonna get under you.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like John didn't make any changes. I mean, there's the days in the opening hand with a preordain, so it's going to be fantastic.
Deck's perfect, no changes.
Exactly. I thought maybe the fast bond was. I guess I'm dubious about paying life against a deck that has Lightning Bolt and Burst Lightning in it. But it does enable some really, if you think you're the assertive deck, fast bond is an assertive card.
Oh, there it shows up. It's not
There
good
it
in this
is.
hand. Maybe
It is
Psychic
not.
Frog will dig us into some lands though.
Yeah, I really like Psychic Frog with Days backup here. That looks like a pretty successful way to run away with the game.
Yeah, I think you made a valid point. If
And
there were good sideboard options, taking out the Fast Bond and Time Twister, Narset kind of stuff could be a good idea.
yeah, it's not necessarily the best setup, or this isn't necessarily the best matchup for those kind of cards.
Yep.
Um, yeah, we'll
The
see
game
how
is
how
determined.
this frog goes.
Well, I
Um,
mean, without like Swords to Plowshares or something, Frog
yeah,
does a really good job of making sure that creatures can't attack very well.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
It's not
Looking
getting
at Nathan's
flying though.
deck, No more flying. I might daze this. I am a proponent of dazing early and often because it just dies so fast.
Especially since you don't necessarily even have another land to play this turn.
Right, right.
It lets you pretend like you're not
Um,
missing land drops.
yeah, right. Exactly. It's kind of I don't think Nathan has a way. We know like a strip mine or anything to punish missed land drops other than having cheap cards that um, will strand your good spells in your hand. Um,
I think I would have saved the preordain until I had an extra blue mana as well, because holding up Stern Scolding in the early turns is pretty high value.
yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
we don't have to miss it
Just
anyway.
wow. Yeah. Good on John there for not just slamming on a mountain or a wasteland immediately and seeing all of their cards before making a decision. Um,
Okay, this is
oh,
nice.
and now you get a there's just okay, so going for the stern scolding here. I think I still would want a daze.
I think this is fine.
Seeing okay,
It's
yeah,
very likely your opponent is still going to tap out in the next couple turns, and
that's true.
this just makes sure that you can do two things, like invert polarity and
Yeah,
daze, or
and daze.
okay,
I
going
like
for the
going for the wasteland
wasteland.
here. Wasteland daze is just a great combo that's been around for forever.
And connecting with the psychic frog is just exactly what we want to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at Nathan's deck list, and it looks like Nathan only has Swords to Plowshares or March of Otherworldly Light. No, I lied. There's more than that. Swords to Fairy, Fractured Identity, and March of Otherworldly Light are in Wandering Emperor. So five answers. Okay, that's pretty respectable. I was thinking that Nathan might be kind of cold to a high toughness Psychic Frog, but it looks like he's got a lot of ways to answer it. Although not a lot of ways on 2 mana. So that's a pretty resilient threat for John. Not to mention that it's continually getting farther and farther ahead.
Yeah, and another thing to note is last turn, Nathan just slammed the Adeline, which pretty much shows that he doesn't have an answer to the frog. So if you can just
Right.
sit back and counter whatever he does, the frog is going to keep connecting, which every time it
Yeah, you
connects, your
just get
chances of
farther and
winning,
farther ahead.
scale up that
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see an Ophidian in Vintage Cube. They haven't been great here for a long time, but um, Psychic Frog and its namesake Psychotog, or I guess the throwback, really fun cards to play with, and so it's exciting to see one that can do some good work.
Back in my day, we used to draft Thieving Magpie, and we liked it.
It's just one of those cards that lets you hold up your instance and still get ahead. Yeah, so John doing a pretty clever play here where uh, they get to deny a +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash by eating their graveyard with Psychic Frog and still wasted two of Nathan's mana. Oh, but missed the timing on Snapcaster Mage, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm John here, it really is just same wait, set up, sit behind the Psychic Frog and see how far ahead you can get before Nathan catches up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to do anything else. Like, you're winning on board and you have counter magic in hand. There's no reason to push your luck. Not that
Right.
there were other plays to make. I guess you could discard some cards and make the frog bigger. There's actually a decent argument for that, because every card you discard increases your clock, like, relatively significantly, and you have 3 lands and a
Yeah.
fast bond in hand. It's like, when are you going to actually use all
Right.
those cards? You could discard the
Yeah,
fast
exactly.
bond.
Like the fast bond, if you discard that as soon as you draw, not saying that that's necessarily the best play, right? But it takes you from a 20 turn clock to a 10 turn clock, which is
Yeah,
a
it's
big
just
difference.
definitely worth noting. Like, you're in a spot where you're ostensibly going to be attacking with the frog turn after turn, and each damage is just like you're slicing
Right.
turns off the clock, get your opponent closer to 0.
Yeah, John's wins condition is taking Nathan's life total to 0. There's no Thassa's Oracle or any alternate win conditions going on here. So it's tough to find exactly when the right time to exchange those resources is. Um, so I definitely can't fault anyone for not discarding, but it's definitely worth talking about and considering. So on the draw, do you think John will be bringing in Treachery or Chariot, or there's the Leyline Binding? So giving some changes.
Yeah, I think that I would want to have as much um, stuff to like gum up the board and get in the way of Nathan, especially being on the draw now.
Oh
I
yeah,
just
there's the
want to
Chariot.
speed things up.
Yeah, yeah, being on the draw, it's if I'm in John's seat, I'm thinking, okay, what happens if Nathan has Lotus Petal and Adeline, or even just Adeline? What's my best way to not get absolutely swamped by that card?
Well,
And yeah, Leyline Binding is a good way to do it.
I was gonna say
This
a
is
turn two Fable off of a Mox Diamond is a good way to steal
that's
the playback when you're on the draw.
fantastic. Yeah,
It's like I will be the one in creating
right.
threats.
Yeah, and Fable can turn this hand from good, but not a lot of action into just absolutely amazing and at lightning speed with that second. Is it chapters on sagas?
Yep.
So, given open deck lists in games 1 and 2, are you discarding Wasteland to Mox Diamond here?
Probably not because we already have two islands and probably a blue mana off this Misty here. I wonder if there
Yeah.
was any reason to play the Mox Diamond on turn one and just like bluff having a counter magic.
Yeah, you definitely John definitely has multiple 2 mana counter spells, um, and multiple 2 mana flash creatures, but kind of rewarded for not playing Mox Diamond because here's a Cathar Commando that I'm sure would blow it up in a moment's notice.
Well, yeah, I think we're still playing it here though, just to get the
Still
Fable
playing it.
out.
Yep.
And if I think Cathar Commando was the only, yeah, there's no way that he could have actually dealt with the Mox Diamond, and there is a Thalia in the deck, so I think it was correct to
That's
just
true.
run out
Probably
the
better to
diamond.
play it
Yeah.
then. Yeah, Thalia would definitely punish you for not. Cathar Commando probably going after Fable here anyway, I think.
Yes, that would make more sense.
Depends
Especially if
in
Nathan can get a read on our hand using his psychic abilities here.
it's tough to say.
The
But
best
yeah, I mean,
players the best
they,
players
they,
just
they
know what's
do.
in their opponent's hand, whether or
They
not
just
there's any
know.
reason.
I need a few more hints than Nathan does to figure out what's good.
I know one of the better players
Yeah,
in the
there you
game,
go.
Sam Rolfe, always jokes. He's like, "It's not fair. I have voices in my head telling me what's in my opponent's hand."
That's funny.
Oh
And
wow, Sam wants to get back the Cathar even.
yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. I really like Samwise. I think it's one of those like kind of niche role player cards. Does a lot of interesting things. One of the cards that lets white play the late game.
Yeah, I think Samwise is one of those cards where when you see it from your opponent, it looks better than when you play it yourself because oftentimes it'll sit in hand when it's not doing anything, and then you just don't
Yeah,
see your opponent.
exactly.
You don't see those games necessarily.
Yeah, when you win a game and your opponent's got 3 cards in hand, if one of those cards is Samwise, you don't get to see when it looks bad. Exactly.
However, when you have a Black Lotus, it also just
Oh yeah, making Black Lotus look good is not too difficult.
I don't know. That's one of the big complaints of Cube is there's not enough reasons to draft Black Lotus.
That's interesting. I don't know if this is caught on in the Divination Discord or in your Discord, but I draft with friends on the MTGO Cube via screen share and stuff like that frequently, and we have a running joke of the Black Lotus curse. Every time I draft one, we seem to go 1-2 or 0-3.
Oh,
So
yeah. I
whether
always
that's
I always
my
joke
my
that
skill or my skill with Lotus.
I always joke that MTGO like reads my deck and sees how much power I have, and then nerfs my draws accordingly. It's like if I
So
drafted
you've
3
got
power, there's no way I'm keeping any of my opening hands.
right.
It's gonna make
That's
me mulligan to
interesting.
5 every game.
Yeah, I never know. Mulligan, I think is considered. Oh,
Oh,
this is brutal. I didn't even see the Tidebinder in Nathan's deck. Came
wow.
out of the sideboard for probably exactly that play.
Maybe not exactly that play, but definitely considering all of
Not
the
passing up.
triggers. Wow, that was a blowout.
That's
Who's the wasteland
Tidebinder.
now?
I got to imagine trading Wastelands is better for Nathan in general. Although John does have Fatal Push, Lutri Fatal Push here, and the treasure token triggers the Revolt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gonna just go for the block. I mean, that's respectable. I think maybe harkening back to the first game where
Yeah,
yeah, John attacked a lot and kind of got punished for it.
but the unfortunate reality of going for the block here is you open yourself up to this kind of thing. Whereas if you
Yeah,
waited to post combat, Nathan might just hard cast the Bone Crusher and then you get your 2-for-1.
exactly. Yeah,
And you're only
yeah,
taking 3 damage from 18 life.
yeah. 3 from 18. It's yeah. It's a tough line to kind of navigate there. I think, and one that rewards practice more than anything else.
You also have to consider that Flooded Strand just got Stone Rained by Tidebinder, and I don't know what John Art's constitution is, but that would put me on tilt.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fair.
I'd be reeling a little bit. I'd be like, no, what the heck? That never happens.
Arnstern Scolding here was nice. At least you get to keep the Mox Diamond, which keeps this Leyline Binding alive. How much does Binding cost right now? Just 2 mana? Yeah, just 2 mana.
Yep.
We got Swamp Forest, Island, and Mountain. And doesn't even have to take the damage for Bone Crusher.
And Cathar's out of the way, so we don't have to worry about Bone Crusher getting rescued.
Right, right. So do you think Nathan has a game plan lined up with Tidebindering the Flooded Strand? Are they, obviously choking your opponent on mana is generally a good plan, but you think there's something over there that is a specific reason to do so? Or just
I think it
using the
was
blue
just an
mana while you have the blue
opportunity.
mana? Yeah,
It's like, get that creature into play.
get value out of the trigger.
Yep.
Yeah,
With
I think you're
Tidebinder, you
probably
don't
right.
really get rewarded too much for sitting on it. You usually just want to spew it out whenever you can.
Yeah, I agree. And I
Well,
don't think John. Okay. I was
what's
gonna
going
say
on here?
passing with nothing,
Oh, okay.
looking pretty good, but it's
If
not
you want
nothing.
to
It's
counter
Wandering
my
Emperor.
Wandering Emperor, you got to spend mana on your turn, not my turn.
Your turn.
That's what Nathan is
Yeah.
saying.
So this is really interesting. That was really interesting timing from Nathan, right? To go for it in upkeep, not knowing that John has, not knowing if John has a counterspell in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's just
Um,
thinking this is going to get countered if he has a counterspell.
right,
Let's see if I can tap him out of interaction for my next turn. And if he doesn't have a counterspell, then I know the coast is
right.
clear. I have a
I get a
Wandering Emperor
Wandering
in
Emperor.
play.
It's great. So with John drawing a counterspell, do you think that's going to accidentally set Nathan up with false information?
Yes. If
Yeah.
I were Nathan, I
See,
would be thinking my opponent does not have counterspell here.
right, exactly. You know they didn't have it. Wandering Emperor is a good enough card. I would always counter it in that position.
Yeah, you can't
Um,
afford to just let your opponent run away with
right.
tempo. So
Especially when you don't have something that can directly destroy a planeswalker. That's going to just generate, like, right. Because John didn't have an opportunity to counter it, they're just staring down two two twos and Wandering Emperor here. Presumably two two twos.
however, catching Nathan off guard with a counterspell here isn't going to be game breaking because of the Wandering Emperor in play. It's just
I
going to start
agree.
running away with things.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to capitalize on it.
It's one of those cards that is like, it's so strong when your opponent has trouble interacting with it because it's creating threats at every angle. It's like, my creature can have first strike. If you don't do anything, I'm just making more creatures every turn.
Yeah, right. I get the superposition of threatening powerful combat, and threatening value, and I just get to choose whichever one is worse for you.
And it just
Um,
compounds each turn and gets
every
stronger and
turn.
stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, looking at John's deck, this Wandering Emperor is kind of an army in a can, and John does not have any Toxic Deluges or Wrath of Gods or anything like that to catch up.
Yep.
Orcish Bowmaster's Time Spiral is kind of probably what they're looking for.
The classic, always looking for the Bowmasters. But I mean, it's the best card against aggro, so.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, here
Oh,
we go.
baby, here's the
Your
Death Breeder.
namesake.
Why aren't we
I mean,
dashing
gotta
it?
memory lapse this. Not even dashing it. Interesting. So it's not dashed, right? Yeah.
My nickname for that card is DoorDash Champion.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. I
Because
am
it's always
certainly
dashing.
going to be stealing that. I love card names or card nicknames. They're just a blast.
Oh, well, stick
Um,
around. I got nicknames for everything. I'm full of
oh,
brain
excellent,
worms.
excellent.
If we were
Um,
doing Modern Horizons 3, I don't think I call a single card by its actual name.
oh my gosh, that's fantastic. So here we go. What do we have?
Spell
Right.
Seeking.
Spellseeker is not Snapcaster Mage. We're just getting Ancestral.
Yeah, most likely just for Ancestral. Not really other
I mean,
options.
16 life.
It's always unfortunate when you're
It's
going for an Ancestral Recall and you just like know that even if you draw the best 3 cards in your deck, you're still kind of struggling.
well, but with Time Spiral in hand, well, those were not the best 3 cards, unfortunately.
It's like if we got the Bowmasters there, we're gaming for sure.
Yeah, anything else? It's like Bowmasters, redraws for Bowmasters, and everything else is pretty blank. Um, do you think there is an argument for letting DoorDash Champion resolve and denying Nathan the ability to dash it because Nathan's gonna redraw it here and have the option to dash it into play because of Memory Lapse's text?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I would just give Nathan credit for having a good plan when he cast it.
Yeah,
So I think countering it makes a lot of sense. It's
I
like you
think
don't
that
want
yeah,
to undersell what your opponent's doing and then end up getting punished because it's more than what you thought.
yeah, exactly. Right. If Nathan thinks that the best play is to put it on the battlefield undashed, it's a pretty safe bet that that is in fact the best play.
But yeah, as Chad is pointing out, it looks like this time spiral is going to just get YOLO'd. He can't really afford to just keep taking damage, and if he doesn't draw any, like if he draws another land, he's just gonna have to fire it off and hope for the best.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. Get a crack, I guess, crack a bobble and have 2 bites at a well. Bowmasters, you don't even really want to draw the Bowmasters now if you have to go for Spiral. 16 life, but with a giant double striker haste. Well, maybe haste. I guess we'll see. Like I
Yeah, I'm
said,
wondering what
I have
Nate's other
faith in
cards
John
were
to
that
figure
would
it out.
encourage the hard cast of the DoorDash champion. I don't even know the
Yeah.
real name of the card anymore.
Uh, it's probably one of the 4 mana cards, right? Four or five because of the Lotus Petal. So that's Chandra, 4 mana Chandra, Sarah Paragon, maybe. Well, I guess Sarah Paragon giving the ability to get Cathar Commando back as a 4 mana play is pretty
Oh,
exciting. And there's
Chandra.
it is the Chandra probably is what incentivized playing that.
Add 2 red mana, cast a dash or a non-dash,
A non-dash, you just get them both. That's kind of
just a
a
drive-through
win-win set of
champion.
lines.
If you don't dash it, it's just a
Right.
drive-through champion.
Drive through. That's pretty great. So how long does John have before this time spiral is getting YOLO'd?
I think it's totally up to the top 2 cards because he's going to see a card with a bobble, an extra card, and then if you
Hmm.
don't have plays, you have to try to
You just have
stabilize.
to do
Yeah.
something, right?
Oh, so Death Greeter's gonna get wow.
I know.
Nathan exhibiting that
One
world
white mana
champion
up,
luck here.
snapping off the Mother of Runes.
Yeah.
I guess for John, this might be the best the best line to see though, knowing that your hand is not very strong. Mother runes.
Yeah, now this time
I mean,
spiral
it's
is
going
a
to be a
removal
problem
spell for the
still.
dash guy.
Yeah,
If you time spiral, you might not have to see it.
I guess that's true.
But yeah, I don't know. This is just so grim. Your opponent is sitting on 2 planeswalkers. We don't have an answer to any of them. We also don't have an answer to the 6 power in play. And also, just like, oh wow, that would have been a good reason
That's,
to bobble. Oh wait, no, that wasn't the top of our deck. That was their deck. Never mind. I thought the lightning bolt was on our deck. I was like, oh, we should have got that on our turn.
oh yeah, yeah.
But
Yep, the
yeah,
lightning bolt
here
up in Nathan's deck.
it's like,
You
what
just
can
have
you
to go
do?
for
Yeah,
it, right?
the deep cavern bat is not winning. In fact, it's
Hmm.
losing. So I think we just have to time spiral.
Right. You have no answers to DoorDash Champion, and the that lightning bolt on top is an incredibly threatening card in combination with the champion. So you
In
just got to go
fact,
for it and see what there is.
lightning bolt on top is lethal because 6 power in play, +3, +2 from Chandra, +1 from Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
I mean, Chariot.
Okay. We got a chariot.
Yeah, that does get in
Wow.
the way. I mean, Mother of Runes is still quite
Nathan getting very
annoying.
rewarded for pumping the Mother of Runes here and playing around Ren and Six.
Yeah, that
Almost
was
certainly
heads
will.
up. That was real
Yeah.
heads up.
Very heads up.
Yeah, I think we fire off the preordain. Do we copy it? No, no copy with
I
Lutri.
can't copy it. I think you got to go. Tameo's not a bad draw. This lets you cast 3 spells this turn and produce, 2 cats from a chariot, the chariot itself, and a Tameo.
Yeah, but do we need
That's
to
like,
find Fatal Push like now?
oh, just to take down the Mother of Runes immediately.
Yeah, that might be the case.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, this is a tough spot to navigate,
Yeah, it's like one of those, you got to make the best of a bad situation and then hope things break your way.
right? Maybe
So you have
Nathan's
to think
hand is
about,
7 lands.
yeah, you have to think about like, okay, what is the luckiest I could get? Like, is there a string of cards that if they're on the top of my deck, I pull out of this? And then you just want to
Yeah,
play as though that's the case and hope for the best.
absolutely. Yeah. Learning how to play from behind is, it's a skill that every burgeoning Magic player learns eventually, right?
Yeah, but you get like, there's like an echelon of player that will be like, I was so ahead and then my opponent
Bad
got
news.
insanely lucky. It's
Oh
crazy.
yeah,
And it's like, well, they played to their outs and they drew their
and then got their
outs.
outs.
That's like
Yeah,
how, that's what distinguishes.
absolutely. Yeah, it's you don't get lucky if you don't set yourself up to get lucky a lot of the time.
Yep.
And so figuring out, and that's why thinking about your turns before jamming your lands and your spells is so important.
If
Um,
John had about 6 more life, I wouldn't hate this
it,
spot
I know.
because getting to
Lutri
untap and draw
Ancestral
6 cards.
Shelltalk is not a bad place to be if you're a little closer to parity.
Yeah, it's just 8 cards in Nathan's hand, Mother of Runes in play.
Yeah, and unfortunately for John, Broadside Bombardiers was revealed to the Mishra's Bauble. So
Yes.
just more bad news.
Although the Bomba is not very scary here, it could become incredibly scary after this
Yeah,
turn.
exactly, right? It can sacrifice creatures and artifacts, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We can't throw a Chandra at your opponent. So we'll see. Nathan's got a lot of choices, I'm sure. 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the ways, like the paths to lethal here. It's like your Mother of
Hmm.
Runes gets really strong if you use Chandra to kill the Spellseeker. Suddenly, your opponent just can't block a creature.
Right.
But
Right,
that's
right. Yeah, because
also
then there's
just
only
not a
three
very
creatures
strong
left.
use of Chandra unless you're winning.
Yeah. With 8 mana, or sorry, not with 8 mana, with 8 cards, the Chandra mana ability. Oh well.
Wow.
If 2 of your 8 cards are Lotus Petal Ancient Tomb, Chandra to take away a blocker is looking a lot better.
I wasn't expecting Nathan to go from 4 to 7 mana there.
Right? Yeah, and then you just get to replay Lotus
Yeah,
Petal.
8 mana
Okay.
actually, really.
And then there's the Bombardiers.
Okay, so that's 6 off of the Bomba with
So
the Sarah, and then 2 more off of Chandra. So that's 8 damage, and he just needs to get 4 in edgewise.
yeah. Oh, interesting. Plussing on the Mother of Rooms. I would not
Is
have
he going to
expected
just
that.
attack with everything?
It's just yeah, this might just be Smash.
Because you can block 3
So you
things, and
have
then you take 2 from Bomba.
2 and 6, but you're left with nothing.
Oh, you cannot double block the Bomba, though, because then you
Yeah, double
die.
blocking that's not going to work out very well.
Yeah, he has to just
Um,
block, block, block. Mother of
right.
Runes is
Chump
going to
Mother of Rooms, trade
survive.
on the 2/2s, take 6. Um,
No, you can't block like this. Chandra hasn't been
yeah.
activated yet. Hank! Hank! It's like that Breaking Bad scene.
Right.
Oh no, you have to block menace creatures with
Oh
2.
yeah, the old menace
Menace.
in John's defense. Broadside Bombardiers has 7 lines of text on it. Menace just snuck in there at the top. Yeah, um, I don't know if there's a way out of this one.
Well, you can go to 2, but then there's no top
Uh,
decks, so.
Unfortunately, this is going to be
Hoping that the
uh,
world champion
4 and
misses
6.
lethal here is
Yeah,
certainly a line. I mean, you're not winning either way,
yeah,
so
it's
might as well just go for it.
right. If you're playing to your outs might be a misplay from the opponent, which is never a place you want to be, but is sometimes a place you find yourself.
Yeah, there was no
Yeah,
winning lines here, so whatever play he made,
no,
it's all the same.
right. I think it was uh, had to find that bowmaster at some point in time when John was behind on board, and the bowmaster plus the time spiral to that was the catch up mechanic.
Yep. All right, so we will be on standby until we get a top 8
Okay,
here.
draft number 2.
Um,
Um, I well played by both players. That is, John was definitely, the underdog coming from the Discord, but absolutely an incredible cube player. So,
yeah, I
well
really
played
liked
on
the
both
way
sides.
that the draft was navigated. I definitely learned some things, and we'll be taking fetch lands a little bit higher because it was pretty cool to see how that shook out.
Right. Taking those lands early, let John pivot into a very different deck than it looked like after, honestly, even 8 picks in. He had 4 lands, 2 blue cards, and 2 black cards, and ended up with a good number of red cards in the deck. So pretty interesting, and um, yeah, a pleasure to watch John play. It's seeing him from the opponent side. It's nice to see him from the player side.
All right, I'm gonna tune in to the Sandy Dog match here.
All right,
We can take a look at some things. We don't get to see the hands because I'm in spectator
you're
mode,
you're spectating. Let's see if I can find their decks.
but this is
Right. Sandy Dog and Z-Riffs. Okay, Z-Riffs is cool.
looks like a nice tense game here that we've tuned into. Sandy Dog with the life advantage, but Z-Riffs has Reflection of Kiki Jiki and Titania in play, so that could swing things
Oh wow, yeah. And
with a
let's
fetch
see.
land.
So it looks like Sandy Dog is on. Wow, Reanimator was not the place to be. Sandy Dog's on a black red kind of like value deck, but with sneak attack. This is the other pod. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Um, got sneak attack, got some reanimation spells, and Atraxa, Grizzlebrand, and Ulamog, plus a lot of cheap cards and Orcish Bowmasters to go along with their wheel. Xeris is on a deck that I do enjoy drafting, a red green beatdown deck. So it looks like Xeris has a number of 1 mana elves. Oh, Undermountain Adventurer, that's a fantastic card. And Oko, um, a Pest Infestation. Okay. And then, yeah, looking at the board state, which will take me a minute to figure out. Do they have anything to do especially broken with the Titania? Some fetch lands? Yeah, some fetch lands. Get a wasteland too in there somewhere. So we've got Sandy Dog behind on board. And but with combo potential, Sandy Dog's Sandy Dog ahead on board. Excuse me, ahead on life.
Yeah, I
But
wouldn't
with
say ahead on
the
board.
yeah,
Things are
right, yeah.
looking.
I was looking at life. Just took 8, so the life's looking a lot closer.
I
Looks
was gonna say
like
this
5
is like
cards
the
in
classic
hand.
Sandy Dog position where he looks behind, but he always has a
Is
plan.
not. I can't quite see the. Let me. I know how computers work. So, right, Sandy Dog has definitely a pretty strong combo element in his deck. Um,
Yeah,
with the sneak attack through the breach stuff.
let me put this on the stream for a second. This is what Sandy Dog is working with. He's got through the breach, sneak attack, and
Oh yeah,
some
there
big
we go.
boys. He also has Hull
Oh,
Breacher, Wheel of
Hull
Fortune.
Breacher snuck in there. I missed that time. So Hull Breacher, Bowmasters, and Wheel.
So yeah, things
So
are
mid
not
range and two
over.
different combos.
Like no
Right.
matter how far
Sandy Dog
Sandy
can win from nowhere.
looks, yeah, things could still
Yeah.
swing in his advantage.
Um, do we know what game this is?
I do not.
Okay, that's all good. Um, yeah, but active Reflection of Kikijiki. That's a game plan all into itself.
Oh, the Bowmaster's Wheels has already been fired off. It's in Sandy's graveyard.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And that's why we have a
Okay,
7/7 Orc army. So this is on the tail
that
end
makes
of a Bowmaster wheel. It looks like Sandy Dog probably just didn't draw very well off the wheel, and Z-Riff's got some good stuff.
I agree. Yeah. Looks like Xeris has a Firebolt and a Lava Dart in their graveyard, and 3 cards in hand. Could be anything there.
Oops. Uh-oh. I lost the stream. Okay, we're back.
All right, there we are. Yep, I can see it. So I guess we'll see what's in Sandy Dog's hand. I'm guessing. Okay, so the Voracious Battle Rager is what gave Sandy the initiative there. Looks like that's very recent. Who's got it right now? Oh,
The
immediately
initiative is
stolen
over
by
on Z-Riff's,
Xeriff.
yep.
Yep, there you go. But they're both just on the first level there. Guessing they're both going to go after Forge if they get the opportunity to get to Trap.
Well,
The initiative
if
is
Sandy Dog
immediate.
doesn't do some stabilization here, it's just
I guess
over.
that's true, right?
Oh!
Putting your opponent from 10 to 5. Not very
Sneaky,
helpful if you can't put him
sneaky.
from 5 to 0. All right. 3 cards in hand. No Inferno Titan, but plenty of other good stuff for Sandy to
Yeah,
sneak in and play here.
Atraxa, Gristlebrand. Yeah, Gristlebrand does it.
I
Atraxa.
imagine Grizzlebrand will end the game when you've got 3 red mana.
Yeah.
Atraxa probably will too.
But none of those cards are being slammed. Sandy
Right?
Dog is known for being methodical, though. He likes
Yeah.
to come up with a plan and then execute. Okay, so no
Trait
creature.
that a lot of us could learn from, I'm sure. Okay, so nothing worth sneaking into play.
Well, it could just be like the sort of thing where he wants to play the sneak attack during his opponent's turn. Sneak something into block.
Yeah, definitely. Right, if you're not winning with sneak attack, blocking with sneak attack is the plan, right?
I'm wondering what kind of creatures would do that. The Flame Tongue Kavu would be a decent one.
That'd be a nice one. Don't really want to do it with Dracosaur, but you could.
Yeah, if it was the Atraxa or the Gristlebrand, he definitely would have just gone for the win.
Right, because the ability to hit any other flying creature just ends the game.
Inferno Titan might be.
Inferno Titan is in the graveyard, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So that's not. It's
Um,
not that.
Sandy Dog does have a Necromancy and a Corpse Stat in his deck, though. So that could be
Mm.
the line of just get sneak attack down, do that. Although I imagine giving Xerius an extra reflection activation here is a little risky.
Okay. End step
Oh, here
Flame
we go.
Tongue.
So
Maybe a draw
yeah,
step
all right,
Grief.
that could do it. So you were, yeah, absolutely right. It's a, defensive sneak attack play. Flame Tongue going after the reflection, I'm sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
card
that
is
makes
too dangerous to
sense.
let live.
Reflection is way too threatening with the Seasoned Pyro in play. Your opponent's just never going to run out of gas.
Yeah. Do either of these players have a Caracas? Caracas plus, okay, it doesn't look like it. Caracas plus Headliner Scarlet.
Oh, we are getting the draw step
Um,
Grief. I called it.
okay.
I don't know what else he'd be sneaking on draw. Yeah, it's got to
Right.
be
What else would
Grief.
you sneak on the draw step here? Okay. So we'll should get to see what gets revealed here.
Sandy Dog
Sandy
is a
Dog coming up
fighter.
quite the fight. Yeah, this is so Xerus has a ton of mana.
Of all the players that I've seen like fight back from what looks like a completely losing position, Sandy Dog is so good at stealing games. There have been times where I'm just like checked out mentally because I think I'm so far ahead. And then next thing I know, it's like 4 turns later, and Sandy Dog has a foothold in the game again. And it's like, how did this even happen? He had no
What
cards.
happened here? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sandy Dog is just an incredibly accomplished player, both in cube and outside of cube.
Yeah, you can't take your eye off the ball with him. You really have to keep grinding him into the dirt if you want to defeat him.
Right. This is okay. We'll see what's in Xerus' hand. I think even with all that, I think Xerus is ahead here. Although I don't know if they're going to be able to close the door this turn. So it looks like Pyrogoyf was what was taken. That makes sense. Pyrogoyf as a 6/7 can just knock Sandy Dog straight to 6. Probably the baseline option.
Yeah, and with you have 4 blockers coming in. Well, you can get rid of one of the blockers, then you're hitting with 5 creatures. So that'd
Okay, so we've
be
got
6 damage.
mm-hmm.
But I don't think that would necessarily be worth it
Oop.
if you can just wait for these 2 haste creatures. Oh wait, what's going on here? Okay, so we can get rid of
Yeah,
2
so we've got
blockers, and then we're getting in for 9.
yeah, so we've got Firebolt here. I guess we've got the Xerus can fire off this lava dart as well to clear out Scrapwork Mutt.
Oh, so he actually has
And then
lethal
you've
here.
got
Yeah, good
3,
call.
4, 5, and 9.
Yep,
Um,
good eye.
is that
That's
enough?
yeah, because then he only has 1 blocker. He blocks 5 and takes 8, 9, 10, 14.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So you abrade down the Flame Tongue, Lava Dart down the Scrapwork Mutt. Origami blocks 5/3, and Lethal gets through.
Yeah, and you're not really risking anything because Sandy Dog only has 1 card in hand. Like, there is a random off chance scenario that Sandy Dog has another creature in his hand to block and stay alive, and then he like top decks a Gristlebrand for the win, but you can't play around that.
Yeah. It's interesting. If the last card in hand is a creature for Sandy, right? You go to 2 blockers. The Scrapwork Muck's in the graveyard. Um, and then you get to attack. You get to bring the Scrapwork Muck back and hit for Exaxes with the 7/7 and a 2/1 haste.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
true.
there we go. The extra 5/3
Yeah,
from
there is another
stacking the
five
mountain.
three.
Okay, so Xerus looking pretty good here.
Oh yeah, he should have just lava darted end step for the extra 5/3,
The extra attacker, yeah.
and then it would have been way
I
over.
didn't even I missed it too, Xerus. Forgot that flashback Lava Dart makes it a 5/3.
It's always nice when you do something that you were gonna do anyway, and then you get an extra 5/3 out of it that you weren't expecting, though. So
Right? Those 5/3s are huge. Titania is definitely one of the cards that started out as a random 5 mana green creature. Does this really do anything in my book? To you just need 1 fetch land, and this card is incredible. 5 mana for 10 power is a huge threat.
Yeah, it's one of the cards that I also had lower on my radar until LSV basically showed me that its Splinter Twin was Zoran Orb.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes scary to go all in, but rarely bad. So this is interesting from Z-Riffs, playing a little bit of defense. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is an exactly lethal attack.
Yeah, it makes sense to just only go for
Yeah.
lethal so you're not exposing yourself.
I would be tempted to attack. No, no, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking attacking with one more 1/1 kills the Sunbake Canyon, but it doesn't because the extra creature will block a 5/3. So yeah, a lot going on this turn, and well navigated by both players.
Okay, so we do have
It
a
looks
little
like we do
extra
have one more
blocker.
creature.
So definitely smart to
Ball
hold up as
Ranger.
many blockers as possible here, just to make sure
Yes.
that
So
Sandy Dog
now,
has fewer outs. But
yep,
Sandy Dog has left himself with a draw step. He's got the card off the top of his
is
deck. He's got a card off Sunbake Canyon, and he's got a card off of Scrapwork Mutt. So it's 3 chances to find
absolutely
Gristlebrand.
yes.
Oh
So
no, Gristlebrand is
Grizzlebrand,
not winning anymore though.
no, but Atraxa
Oh no,
probably
no,
is
no,
winning.
Gristlebrand is winning because Vicious Battle Rager cannot be blocked. So Z-Rift
Oh, I
is
didn't realize
effectively
Vicious
at
Battle
6
Rager can't be
life.
blocked.
Well, if he blocks, he takes 5 from it.
Oh, turns out I don't know what the text on Vicious Battle Rager is.
In fact, oh wow, Sandy Dog is in a much better spot than I even gave him credit for because if he doesn't block the Battle Rager, he takes 5 from Trap. So you're taking 5
Yeah,
regardless.
yeah. The trap is actually going to play a pretty big part of this game, right?
Sandy Dog actually, I don't know what the odds are exactly, but he probably has like close to 30-40% chance to just win.
Yes.
This is what I'm
So
talking
not
about.
winning on board,
Sandy Dog,
but
no cards in hand, just rubbing sticks together,
right.
getting a spark.
But well played by Zeros, playing around Sandy Dog, having that creature, getting rewarded for making that play, and now all Zeros has to do is
Yeah, just fade the draw
survive the
steps
turn.
here.
Yeah,
This is exciting. I just expect Sandy Dog to find it.
right.
If it was versus me,
It's 3 looks,
he would already have it.
and so Sandy only needs to get through 4 damage. The Battle Rager is 3 of that damage.
Well, the Battle Rager is a minimum of 5.
Right, yeah. Battle Rager is 5 damage, whether blocked or not. Right, exactly.
And this gets back Inferno Titan, right? Or maybe something better. Oh,
Yes, almost
Pyroglyph.
certainly this gets Inferno Titan's got
That
to be
might
the
just be
best play.
lethal. No, because Pyroglyph goes upstairs.
Oh yeah, Goif just hits 6 right here, and then Battle Rager
Wow.
is the deterministic attack.
Sandy God.
Wow. Yeah,
And yeah,
got
it was
there.
missing the lava dart line cost 0 there.
Ah,
But I mean,
yeah,
we all missed it.
we did. That's a tough one.
Wow, Sandy Dog is so good.
And that was game 3. That you're right. Incredibly well played by Sandy Dog to find that. I mean, that was quite the line to find of I have to play defense on with sneak attack and try to draw something and set themselves up to only need to draw something on 1 turn to end the game, which is exactly what you want to do. Deny your opponent those draw steps. I'm really glad we got to tune into that for that last turn there. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was really cool. All right, let
So I don't know
me
if we have
check
any
on the
other matches
progress
or
of this draft. I think we're almost ready for top 8.
okay.
We have
Well, I'm going
6
to
players in.
okay. Yeah, I am not sure where we're at on the old
Yeah, we're waiting for the
bracket
final
situation.
2 players to join. So far, the top 8 is Nathan Stoyer, JD Pie, Quiniac, Adham, Uncle Cardboard, and Sandy Dog. So strong representation
All right.
from my server.
JD Pie carrying it for the divination here. As the nominal divination representative. Gonna have to root for them all the way through.
Yeah, I'm rooting for them too. Screw the guys in my server. They deserve to lose. No, I honestly thought that it was going to be more of a even battle, but this is why I did this experiment. I wanted to see.
Yeah, it's fun getting the notoriety that comes around with being a pro player like most of the players from your server are is really hard for a lot of people because of the time commitment, because of it's hard to practice all the different formats, all that kind of stuff, and it's really awesome for those folks that can do that. But having the opportunity and like the divination to play into an event like this and get a kind of um, you know battle with those folks in a format that we enjoy. Divination's nominally a cube Discord, not even nominally, it just is, right? We cube. So getting to play on that battleground with players that, if not do this for a living, then do this to supplement their living is a really exciting opportunity. So um, super fun to see how that plays out.
Yeah, cube is just like the most fun Magic that there is, in my opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of players. So this is like a good, like the Pro Tour just happened. It's good to just take a break and play some fun Magic.
Right, absolutely. There's a lot of ways to win. There's a lot of luck in cube, but a lot of skill as well. So it's really fun to get to do something like this and get to talk about, some high level cube. Very exciting.
So I'm waiting on the last two players. I'm gonna try to figure out if I can spectate that match somehow. I'm not seeing it. So they must have done personal challenges. I should have told everybody to do spectatable matches. Well, let's just take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
And when we're back, we'll be back. Hopefully it's not too much longer than that.
Yeah, sounds good.
So
We'll
be back
draft number
soon.
2.
Okay, I think we have everybody ready. I think we're ready to go. I do need to pick a player to feature.
Yeah, we need a drafter. Excuse me. Okay, looks like our top 8 is. Looks like JD Pie was the only Divination representative to win their match. So exciting for them.
I'm picking who to feature here, asking for a volunteer. Okay, I have a volunteer.
Excellent.
We got Mac Attack. Oh wait, maybe we'll do JD Pie.
Yeah, if JD Pie is willing to do it.
If not, we'll do Sandy Dog.
Yeah, after that last game, we can see how Sandy Dog manages a draft.
Sandy God. I need to get that moniker to stick. Sandy Dog is my go-to teammate for team drafts. It's nice because I know his range pretty well. It's like if I'm feeding toward him, I can usually pass him what I think that he's going to want to take.
Yeah, team draft is it's mostly do over in the Divination Discord, and it's so much different than like Swiss draft. I for one like much worse at team draft than I am at Swiss draft. So yeah, knowing your teammates and what they like to play, definitely a big part of that, right?
Yeah, especially having styles that complement each other, whereas like Sandy Dog really likes to take red-white aggro cards. I'm happy to take blue-green mid-range control kind of stuff. So
yeah, so you don't end up overlapping each other very often.
Yep.
Yeah. Honestly, my team in the last league, they like drafting combo a lot, and I was like, combo's less good in team draft. But it kind of worked out where I ended up being the gruel player, and they are on combo. Is Sandy Dog the feature drafter, or should I?
You're the feature drafter.
Fantastic. Let's do this thing. Yep.
Nice.
Okay. Can people see this okay? Let me change the zoom on Draftmaster.
We are getting into things. I will take off the break screen. Oh no, you're streaming Discord. Break screen back on.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Let me get deafened and ready to go. Let me actually share the other Chrome tab. Do people see this okay?
Yeah, just a minute.
Loading.
Great.
It's loading.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. It's up.
Here we go.
We're good. All right.
Okay, let me deafen ping me if there's any issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just going to randomize this. I'm not going to do any like random.org stuff, but if I just throw all these characters around, it should be random enough, right?
Oh, I think so.
All right, we'll call that random seeding. And ready check. Are you ready?
All right. I'm ready. This will be exciting. So we're going to watch JD Pie, the last standing member from the Divination, go through a draft of your cube.
3 rounds in the AlphaFrog Invitational Championship of the World. Introducing first.
Crown of Victor. It'll be exciting.
That's my best boost buffer impression.
I mean, that was well done. Excuse me.
Come on, Sandy Dog. I'll give Sandy Dog a poke here. Still waiting on that Sandy Dog ready check.
Got to wind down after game 3. Can't say I blame him. There we go.
All right, everybody's ready, and we're off to the races.
So let's see how
One ring to rule them all.
JD. Oh, there we go. We'll zoom back in the other way. How JD manages your drafts or your discards metagame.
I like this one ring to rule them all. Pretty
I do
solid
too.
choice.
The One Ring takes a little bit of setup, but not a lot of setup.
If Stefan Schutz is watching, I'm sorry that you have to watch a Chaos Defiler be passed.
Chaos Defiler it definitely has moved up in my my pet card rankings. I don't know if I'd first pick it, but it is a nice one.
I find it to be pretty strong. I was in a team draft the other day with Stefan, and he took it over something that I would have passed it on. And then I was giving him a hard time for it, and then he 3-0'd and carried the team, so I had to eat my words. And
Nice.
he was like talking about how he has like a problem and he can't pass Chaos Defiler. It's like a psychological issue for him. It's just too much value to give up.
It is a lot of value. Getting around the non-targeting clause to get around the hexproof is kind of a nice one. So looks like JD is looking at Duress, Pyrogoyf, and Time Spiral, the cards that they highlighted.
It's just not a very strong pack, so I can't really hate on any of these cards. I'm not a big Duress fan.
I like Duress. I don't like Duress pick 2. I think...
Ooh, Hullbreacher, though.
This is interesting. Okay, this pack is much stronger. So...
My issue with Duress is it whiffs more than any of the other hand discard spells.
Really? I like it more than Inquisition of Kozilek, but I think that's probably bias. I feel
like that's
that probably is bias. There's a ton of 3-mana cards in less than Cube. Yeah, Inquisition is just way better.
The majority of players think Duress is better than Inquisition. I'm definitely in the minority thinking that I would rather have Inquisition, but I think it just probably tends to be like the style of deck that I play benefits more from stumbling your opponent earlier in the game rather than using Duress to make sure that the coast is clear.
Yeah.
So I think that's just more of like my own play issues. Polluted Delta, great pickup here.
Absolutely, that's what I'm taking here.
We see him hovering
Hullbreacher,
like Blightsteel Colossus.
I'm not a big fan of Blightsteel.
Basalt Monolith. Monolith is a card that has gone up way higher. Because like in the olden days of Cube, the Monolith was just good because 3 mana to ramp you into 6 mana was just like a very strong play. But like nowadays, it just combos for infinite mana with a lot of different cards.
Right, with both the blue investigator card, the name I'm forgetting, and the companion, whose name I'm also forgetting.
Yeah, Keenan, Zerda, Forensic Gadgeteer.
There you go. Yeah.
The old combo with Basalt Monolith was Wave Thrasher. Whenever you untap a permanent, it gets +1/+1.
I have Wave Thrasher people before. Okay, so this is interesting. There's the Flare of Denial, which is maybe a little early. Subtlety. JD was hovering over Zagoth Trirome. Taking the Subtlety. That was an earlier Subtlety than I would have taken. That's interesting.
Yeah, same. I'm not a huge fan of Subtlety. It doesn't always make the cut in my blue decks.
Yeah. So I love Ponder, right? You're playing Hullbreacher. Ponder's great. You're nominally going to be a combo deck.
I would be looking at this Ajani. I don't actually know how good it is, but it just looks so good to me. 2-mana Planeswalker.
Right.
And we're not committed to anything just yet.
by Ajani earlier today, so it definitely is good enough for Cube.
Also, was there a workshop earlier, or am I making things up? Because if there was a workshop earlier, we could consider the Palantir. Oh yeah, workshop.
I was looking at there's the workshop. So there was not a workshop earlier.
No. Oh yeah. Well, if this was a 6-man draft, I was about to claim that I saw it, but no. I'm just clairvoyant. This is what I was talking about earlier, where you just have these thoughts that appear in your head.
If anyone picked up the Basalt Monolith and then the Zerda, they're going to be very happy about getting this workshop, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Fire Covenant, just a really strong card. Can't really hate picking up that.
Fantastic card. Like you have, wow, that's a really light Scalding Tarn. Definitely be snapping up Scalding Tarn here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to have you cast Fire Covenant, which is fantastic. gives you access to red mana for Wheel of Fortune with Hullbreacher.
I do see Billy Bristol here. 2-mana green card.
I love Bristly Bill mostly for the art. I haven't been absolutely thrashed by it yet, but when that happens, I'll start taking it, I think.
Oh, I love that card. I'd probably take it too highly, but it's just so good.
It does. It fits in that category of good early and good late, which is a really nice category to be in. Definitely a card. It rewards you for playing lands, something we all do, and then is a huge threat later in the game, right? So
And it also has all these
I
like
definitely
micro
see the
synergies
potential.
where like if you have a ballista, then
Oh
you can
yeah.
just like drop the counters on the ballista. You can double the counters if you have like a railway brawler.
Oh yeah, the brawler.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's the ballista too.
Speaking of ballista, I like taking Lorien Revealed here.
Oh yeah, Lauren Revealed is
Um,
great. It's effectively a
Fantastic
fetch
card.
land.
Oh yeah, you're definitely playing blue. Um, the Volcanic Island did not come back. Volcanic Island was in actually this pack. Not surprised it didn't come back, but I actually thought it was, or no, it was in this next pack. I lied. It was an option that JD had second pick when they took duress, I believe. Be interested to see if it comes back. If it does, that's probably a very good sign for JD. And if it doesn't,
Well,
it
Cryptic
probably is
Coat,
not.
Lazav.
Cryptic Coat's a nice one.
I don't think we're connected enough to black to really commit to the Lazav here.
I agree. I think Cryptic Coat's just like a better card than Lozov most of the time anyway.
I would also
It's
be
just
looking
it's
at these 4 white cards and wondering if that
who's
is just a
taking white
product of the
cards.
pack or if it's the table is scorning white.
Yeah, so the white card on the left, I can't read the name because the text is white.
Monastery Mentor, I
Well, here we
believe.
go. Thraben Inspector going fifth. That's a real travesty. I think Thraben Inspector is probably my
I would
spirit
probably
card.
take Triplicate Titan here. It
Um,
doesn't fit with anything currently, but we could get Flash, we could get Tinker.
yeah, yeah, that harkens back to okay. Here we go. Thassa's Oracle, uh, the big worm, World Spine Worm. That's what it's called. The World Spine Worm pick that some JD had access to it. Everyone else had access to it. Blue looking pretty open.
Yeah, blue's been
Um,
open in both these drafts. Kind of interesting.
it is, but going into this might be thinking, getting into JD's head a little bit too much, but Unearth looking nice here. Um, if I'm going into a draft with players that I probably suspect are better than me, if I was in JD's seat, I would definitely think I'm probably the weakest player in this draft.
Oh,
And
there's
there's
that
a
Flash.
flash, nice. Um,
If we'd taken the Triplicate.
right, or the World Spine, I'd still take Flash. It's just so good with so many things.
Yeah, there's plenty of
Um,
ways to make it work. I do note that the Voracious, I forget what it's called. It's like a 7-mana dinosaur that's really good with Flash.
yeah, that went around too.
Yeah,
That
that was
was
last
that was
pack.
yeah,
So there's
that's a
only like
fantastic card.
Torsten and
Um,
Woodfall Primus is like the 2 best hits that are left.
Yeah, Atraxa I think is defensible if you have other ways to also put it into play.
Oh yeah, Atrax's Flash is fine. Same with Gruff Triplets. There's still plenty of things that we could get. It's just worth
Yeah,
noting that some of the better ones are gone.
some of the best ones, yeah, gone. Here we go. This is interesting. Okay, yeah, I like this. JD immediately going for the Caracas. I don't know where you're at on Caracas in respect to. There's other really good cards here. Like we got Days, we got Remand, we got Unmarked Grave,
Caracas is just getting
GK.
better every year.
That's so good.
There's so many legends in the cube now, and we have the
We've got Click.
Vendilion Click combo. Yeah,
Been a while since I've seen a Click Lock, but it can happen. Um,
this pack is
yeah,
just
so we're
strong. So many good cards.
it really is. That's a very good
I'd
pack.
be tempted to take the
Um,
Remand as well.
I feel like the disciplined pick for me is taking Caracas, but I would probably also take Remand.
There's also an argument to
Uh,
take the Stoneforge Mystic. White was
right.
open last pack. Blue White's a good pairing.
Very. And Stoneforge Mystic with the addition of the Cauldra Complete it's almost a one card combo.
Yeah.
So that's always a nice place to be. So here we've got Echo, Jace, Undercity Sewers, um, Phantom Interference.
We want to
I think
find
I would be on Echo.
some direction. Yeah, we have Hull Breacher. Echo makes a lot of sense. I think that
Yeah,
Jace.
that's where I was. I
It's just
love
so
Jace.
strong. It's hard for me to pass,
Hmm.
but
And it takes very little for Jace to be good here. We have Duress and Ponder and Unearth already. And Night's Whisper. Jace can hit Night's Whisper as well pretty effectively.
yeah, it's not
I think I would
necessarily
take
broken in this
Echo.
deck yet. But
Right.
yeah, Echo's fine. Echo might table is the one consideration, but
I That's interesting. Does it table frequently in your drafts? It rarely tables in the divination.
it depends on who's at the table. But yeah, it could
That's
table. It just depends on what
right.
people are prioritizing.
Right.
Certain
I have
players
definitely tried to.
don't pass wheels, so like if you have a Slacks at your table, for example, he's such a cook. He's probably not going to pass a draw 7.
Right. Yeah. Um, so what do we got here? We've got Teferi going into white potentially, Seed Shark, Treachery, a Show and Tell, and a Saga.
Yeah, I don't really hate any of those picks. The
I don't
Teferi
either.
definitely because white has been shown to sort of be open, at least going the other direction. Saga's a strong
Yeah.
pick just because it's going to fit into your deck most of the time.
Well, I can't argue a Frantic Search against
Yeah,
Frantic Search very much. The card's fantastic.
Frantic Search is good with the Thassa's Oracle and the Echo if we end up going that way. Crab Abomination sticks out to me as just a
Agreed.
really strong threat that like fits into this plan kind of well of I'm playing interaction, I want to cast big things to get ahead after I've stabilized on board.
Yeah, yeah. It works. Actually, the Emerge from Artifact with the One Ring is kind of a nice little combo.
Oh yeah, it's a good way
Also
to
works
get
with
rid of the ring.
Crypto. Yeah, I have killed myself with the ring more times than I care to admit. Um, so this is interesting. So we know there's the I'm looking at so I think Tundra is a very defensible pick here. Kind of looking at Assimilation Aegis, knowing that there's a Stoneforge Mystic in the pack.
Yeah, I kind of agree with
Not
you
something I've
on
been able
taking
to
the
play.
Aegis before because we don't have the white cards that we want to splash yet. So it's probably better
Right.
to take the cards that you want to splash before you take the cards that are going to help you splash it.
Yeah, that's a nice Baleful Strix. I think it's always hard to find that point in a cube draft where you need to swap from taking lands to hope to get good cards to taking good cards and hoping to get lands, right?
Yeah.
Midway through pack two is probably where that is somewhere. But in pack one, I definitely am more skewed towards I'll take the fetch lands, just like JD here took a really early Pluto Delta and such. But in pack three, I might take the good card and hope that the mana works out.
Well, also just like a fetch land versus a duel. The duels are so
Oh yeah,
replaceable now because of the
night
triomes, the
absolutely.
surveil lands.
Yeah, the fetch lands are much, much, much better than the duels.
Yeah, there's so much redundancy when it comes to like lands that are both
Okay,
plains and
so
islands.
no Stoneforge Mystic.
Well, that makes sense.
Looks like someone moved in on white.
Sandy Dog's never going to let a Stormforge Mystic go through him.
Yeah, not surprised to hear that. So in if I'm drafting, a lot of times I'll see cards like Mother of Runes or Esper Sentinel or cards like that. You'll see me like second, third pick. Frequently, I'll wait to see if I can get them back ninth pick, and then just hard move into white.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, it's wide open. What's your take on that? Do you like to take them, like third, fourth pick and move in, or wait to see if they come back around?
I tend to just take the best card out of each pack until I've got direction.
Fair.
I feel like there's
That's
so many playables in Cube. It's like it's hard to draft a deck that's not going to have enough playable cards. So if you spend the time
yeah,
early to see if there's an open lane, oftentimes you can get really rewarded. The downside is if
yeah,
the people around you are doing the same thing, you all end up with like disjointed decks that don't make sense. But
yeah, yeah. At least in the in pod environment, it kind of normalizes itself then.
yeah, if everybody has a bad deck, it just comes down to whoever like has those build fundamentals a lot of the time.
Yeah, for
So
sure, for sure. One of the things I tell to friends who are learning cube for the first time is it's cube draft. All the cards are playable. You can throw away a whole pack worth of picks and still have a great deck.
yep.
And I think that's what you just said is right in line with that of take the good cards. Don't get hung up on what color your first pick or five picks were, and let the draft kind of tell you where to go.
Yeah, it's good to just build a deck that has like a plan to win the game rather than decide what your plan is and then try to draft that.
Right.
It's like see what's getting passed, because you're often going to be given something.
For sure. So we've got Badlands, or no, is that Badlands? That's Badlands, yeah.
Over the
And
Bloodstained
Spellpierce.
Mire. There's no way you can take Badlands
I
over Bloodstained.
You don't think so? So with Scalding Tarn and Polluted Delta, I would be really tempted to take Badlands over Bloodstained Mire.
I think Badlands has like a decent chance to table.
It does, yeah. Bloodstained Mire is 0% to table for sure. Badlands is probably like 40%.
Spellpierce is nice though.
I do like Spellpierce. I usually get hoisted on it more than I successfully resolve it, but I do like it. So it looks like, what do we have? Where are we at in this draft as far as what this deck wants to do? We've got some good interaction. We got a couple ramp artifacts, a Hull Breacher to go with an Echo of Aeons.
Yeah, this deck
Thassa's
just
Oracle
needs
just in case.
proactive plays, really. Just
I
ways
agree.
to spend your mana so that you're not just passing to your opponent every turn. So like Retrofitter
Right.
Foundry is great.
Oh man, I love Retrofitter Foundry. If I'm playing, the mono white or the mono red deck, and my opponent plays turn one Retrofitter, I just hate it.
We have Urza Saga as well, so it's...
Oh, did we take the Saga?
Yep.
Excellent, yeah. Oh, yep, there it is.
It's not Trinket Mage, maybe?
Saga plus Foundry, fantastic.
Or Chromatic Star.
Yeah, this pack's not super strong.
Actually, I think I like Preacher of the Schism here.
Souls? Do you like what?
I
Oh,
think
Preacher?
I like Preacher of the Schism here, yeah.
I would maybe try to aggressively table Preacher. I doubt anyone else wants it, but you never know. If it's the best card for your deck, it's sometimes not correct to try to table it, even if you think you're like 95% to get it back.
Well, I think that we're going to get a card for our deck out of this on the table, regardless.
That's
so I'll
fair.
probably just take the
Yeah.
Preacher, because that's when you were asking what this deck wants. Is it wants ways to proactively spend its mana so it can get on board and not fall behind.
Right.
So that's
Preacher
Preacher or
does that.
Infernal Grasp, one of those two.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
The problem with decks like this is oftentimes you can have a really strong interactive game plan, and then if you don't pick up more ways to win, you can struggle. Because like right now, Cryptic Coat and Vendilion Click Subtlety, that will cross the finish line if you can stall the game out, but it also just like
You
loses
have
to
to
big
stall it
game
out
top decks.
Pretty far, yeah.
If your opponent is playing some mid-rangey deck that has like a bunch of Othari style cards, you're probably not going to grind them to a spot where you can win with Cryptic Coat. If they have so many live draws that they can just, I drew Othari, deal with this now.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's just too hard when your opponent's threats are so strong. You got to be able to turn the corner and close the door pretty quick.
Yeah, generally when you're playing an interactive deck, you want to be able to get on board early. It's too late to be taking Doomsday for your Oracle.
I think it is too. Like, there's the Oracle, but there's not enough 0-mana cards here or fast mana to really win with Doomsday on that first turn that you resolve it.
Yeah, I don't see any profitable piles.
Right.
But I stand to be corrected. If we want to take Doomsday here, like, let's go.
I'm in for figuring out Doomsday piles. I kind of think so JD took Xanderzange in the last pack, which actually is a really good card in their deck because of the 2 fetch lands. Okay.
Unfortunate that we can't make use of this Gristle brand, honestly. We have the Corpse
Right, that
Dance.
flash, I don't know. But it's tough to know,
Oh,
especially
yeah, we
after
do
saying all
flash.
3 of those good cards in the good flash targets in pack 1, and then Woodfall Primus came through this pack. There's Torsten right there.
Yeah, Torsten
Not
is the
having
best flash.
is kind of brutal.
But yeah, probably not for this deck. Although Recurring
Okay,
Nightmare
well, you
Flash.
were right about the Badlands.
It's sad to me how far Recurring Nightmare has fallen. Because
It is.
that card used to be such a premier threat. Like, you see a Recurring Nightmare, you're never passing that.
Right, it's too much value.
Back in the olden days. You're
I
just
think
like,
Recurring Nightmare
I got a
still
Mole
has that status
Drifter.
in Legacy Cube.
I got a Mole Drifter,
Okay.
I got a Riftwing Cloudskate. How could I lose?
Let's go. No lands for the opponent.
Stern
Okay,
Scolding.
well, I think JD found the right lane here, right? Getting late cards that are
Yeah.
in their colors,
Take
that
Harvester.
are good cards, like
Oh, no,
Stern
take
Scolding
Harvester.
3 steps ahead are very defensible cards.
Harvester kills everything that Stern Scolding counters, and you need more threats. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Not everything, but you know what I
Um,
mean. Kills enough things.
yeah, yeah. Hmm. This is kind of an interesting one. I've definitely, yeah. You know, okay, there's the preacher's pretty nice.
Oh wow, Preacher coming back.
Yeah, need it
Slam
more now
dunk.
than they did than JD did the first time around for sure.
Although Trinket Mage getting Retrofitter Foundry, I couldn't really fault that. I just think the
It's
Preacher is
true.
so good
Preacher
because
is
it
good. Yeah.
fulfills two roles. Oh yeah, Gix's Command is such a nice
And
pickup there as
Gix's
well.
command. Okay, those were really nice wheels. Gix's command is one of those cards that can um it plays good offense and defense, right? And this
Gix's
is
Command always overperforms. That's the thing about that card for me
mhm.
is no matter what it looks like, it doesn't really read to be that strong. It's 5 mana
You're right, like
sorcery.
a double raised dead and maybe a big lifelinker or whatever, but
Yeah, the
when
fact
you
of
get
the
it when
matter
you got
is it often comes up to be a one-sided wrath or just a very functional card.
right, yeah. I
It's like
think
when it's good, it's
maybe
broken.
exactly, yeah. And it plays really well from behind and at parity. Um which are the two places where you want a card to play well. So that makes a lot of sense.
Considering
Um,
how much JD Pie was fretting over the Doomsday versus Watery Grave pick, I would not be surprised if we actually just see a Doomsday played here. There's
I
the Frantic
agree.
Search.
Yeah. Frantic Surge Doomsday is almost enough by itself.
Yeah.
You've got a Ponder and the Oracle. I don't know what the best build is, but that is definitely an option. This looks like a pretty solid like mid-range control deck. Um, I guess if you get a one ring on like two counters, Doomsday's pretty easy to win with. Well, Doomsday and Thassa's Oracle, I should say.
All right, I'm going to put up
You
the
can deck
break
yourself pretty
screen
fast.
so our player can.
Yeah, can do their thing. Um, this is interesting. I think before the Gix's command and the Preacher, I was worried that JD was going to die to their One Ring. I've I've also drafted decks where One Ring kills me more than it helps me. But with those two cards, I think
Yeah,
that's enough to
with.
really like leverage the power there.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. But yeah, Thassa's Oracle should be enough to make the One Ring not be a liability. I find that
Yeah, that's true too.
the type of deck I draft, I usually just go as hard as I can with the One Ring and draw every single turn and just find a way to win before it kills me. You just end up with so many
Hmm.
cards where you go like enter turn draw
Right.
4, on my turn draw 5. It's like with those 9 cards, you're not gonna win.
Right. Yeah, nine cards minimum. You're probably looking at 5 or 6 mana, right? Or 5 or 6 lands, and then two turns to use them. Um, it doesn't take much to win with 9 cards in hand. Yeah, I'll be really interested to see how JD builds that deck. That'll be fun. Let's see. Well, we'll get. All right. Of course. So Sandy Dog posted an unbuilt deck here.
That's fine.
Um,
Let's put it up.
oh yeah, I was like, yeah, let's put up and talk about it. You have any guesses before you see it, or if you already saw it, then
I
you can
already
pretend.
saw it, but I would have guessed
Yeah,
right.
unsurprisingly, white red.
Yep.
Um,
Sandy Dog does not need many reasons to get into the white and red cards. Oh, he got the Ajani, so yeah.
okay, cool. So we'll see how well this is. So this is nice. Ephemerate. Look at all this one mana cards. Sometimes I grade white red decks based on how many one drops you have, and Sandy Dog's got a lot of them.
Okay, imagine you have an Ocelot Pride and then you roll like a bunch of ones and twos with Comet. You have so many
It
swirls.
doesn't take much to make Comet good.
I was just thinking if Ocelot Pride can get out of hand. Othari
I
does a
think
decent job.
yeah, right. This is a scary deck.
Oh, he's even got the
Uh,
Ocelot Pride Ajani combo.
yeah, which is right. You get a bunch of tokens You can make tokens for Ocelot Pride. You can get your counters. You can
Isn't
then
Ocelot a
pump all
cat as well,
cat.
so it
It's a
triggers
cat,
the
yeah.
Ajani?
So you can right. It triggers the Johnny. It gets pumped by the backside of a Johnny. Um, this is a nice one. We've got the Ephemerate Solitude combo, Ephemerate Pyrogoyf.
Ephemerate Ajani.
I mean, it's an extra 2/1.
I
Saves it from
stand for
removal spell.
Ajani. I really love that card.
Novice Inspector and Thraben Inspector,
It's
just
my
for the really doing it.
it's my new favorite white
Um,
2-drop. Luminarch Aspirant, Step Aside.
the Johnny, yeah. Um, nice. I was planning to ask you earlier, but how many cards is your cube? I should have
540.
just looked. Okay, yeah. So an 8-person draft drafts 2/3 of it. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's a good number for. There's, I mean, right amongst cube builders, there's always a debate about how many cards there are.
Well, I think it just depends on
Uh,
what you want. Like, if you're drafting the
yeah,
cube a lot, then more cards is better because otherwise you're going to have a homogenized experience.
exactly.
If
Yeah.
you only draft, like once a week or once a month, having a 360 cube can be nice because then you actually get to see what you put into your cube every time.
Right. Yep. You get to know that you're nominally going to have a shot at both parts of your 2-card combo or whatever.
Yeah, you can also add like much more fringe cards when you're playing a smaller cube because you know that if you get one piece, it's unlikely that anybody's going to be looking for the other pieces and that it's going to be in the draft. So you can speculate on like, okay, well, I take this high power card that's broken with a low power card as opposed to maybe the best card in the pack, knowing that you're going to get the low
Mhm.
card.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Which is, it's a different, but like you said, it does tend to homogenize the play experience. So if you're playing the cube a lot, it can get a little old.
Yeah, it's just you're
But
always going to have, the Oracle combo deck. If somebody's going to be playing that, you're always going to have just very specific, all the oppressive combos that are going to exist. It also helps you build, though, because you're going to play against that sort of thing. You can
right,
add
you
the
can plan
counterplay
for
to your
it.
deck without worrying about it being inactive.
Right, a little less randomness on what your opponents might have. So it looks like um, Mac also has a deck up.
Let's get
You
that
want to
on
look?
screen here next. Oh, classic Mac.
Does Mac draft a lot of green mid range?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess that's how I'd classify this without looking at it too closely.
Mac knows the value of cheating on your mana to put mid-rangey creatures into play. It's like Sentinel of the
Yeah,
Nameless City. Get that bad boy into play on turn 2 or turn 1.
I mean that's a huge threat.
Yeah, it puts the onus on your opponent to deal with it right away, and it doesn't hurt your game plan that much because like you're not actually losing a whole lot to get it out. And if your
Right,
deck is just all cheap bangers, you don't really care about going down on cards to get them out early. You just want to play them early and
right.
often.
Yeah, the idea of especially with Sentinels, right? If you get to activate some of those clues, you're not even necessarily down on cards, and then you just get your 6, 8, maybe 12 damage if you're lucky. Um, in your opponent's, you're not behind. You just get that out fast. It's awesome. So yeah, he's got a Lotus Petal, Elvish Spirit Guide. Power that out.
A good way to look at this sort of deck is just imagine that the game has progressed to a point where you have like 3 or 4 mana in play, and let's say your opponent has dealt with everything and you have no cards in hand, but you got 3 or 4 mana in play. Your top decks that are live are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Yeah,
13, 14 like good cards that you could draw. Oh, 15 Hex Drinker.
yeah,
Like, so let's
right.
say they've gone through like 2 of your threats. It's still going to be like almost a third of your deck is just banging
Being
cards.
must answers. Yeah, it really makes it hard for the opponent.
Yeah, the opponent definitely has to do something to like control the game or go bigger. And this is just like a really,
Yeah,
really strong game plan to just, power through and hope to just catch your opponent on the back foot.
right. This is the kind of deck that really punishes I think the deck that we saw JD draft, where JD Pie has some combos, but they're not very fast if they end up playing that Doomsday, and Mac here is just gonna make some really dangerous, whether it's Bristly Bill or Sentinel or Questing Beast. Those are really hard cards for JD's deck to answer, I think, and um, not not given a lot of time to the combo decks.
Yeah, for sure. This is like the sort of thing where the games that JD would win would be the games where he like gets to spell pierce a fourth Yorlingus, for example.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't even know what the bracket looks like. I should probably
I can
look,
pull
but
that up. I made a
I think
bracket.
it's kind of interesting to look at the decks and one way I think about decks is what is this good against, what is this bad against,
Well,
and
look at that. JD
pretty
Pie
mid-range
is
deck.
playing against Max.
There we go. All
So
right. Well, that's kind of funny. Let's see if we have the. Looks like we don't have JD's build up yet, and I can't fault him on that. There's a lot of choices there for sure.
yeah, I think
Um,
he's got to figure out if he wants to play the Doomsday or not, and
I think so.
go
Yeah.
from there. Oh, we got some more decks to look at though.
Yeah.
Let's go. We got Uncle Cardboard here with the black white sewer. Don't
All
ask me why
right.
these decks are called sewer.
Yeah,
It's
I've
just the
never
way
heard
it
that term
is.
before, and I like. Have you played? I mean, I'm sure we've all played a gabillion matches of Cube, but do you play a lot of Black White?
Um, yes and no. So one of the things that like launched me into Cube has always been the Mox draft. Is that is so aspirational to like get to play a Cube draft for that kind of money.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And I always enjoy watching them because of the swings that can happen, and it's really interesting to see like the better players try to mitigate the amount of variance that there is. And one of my
yeah.
favorite cube drafts, Jan JMM took a
Okay,
blade
yeah,
splicer over a channel and then basically forced this black white value deck where it's just discard cards from your hand, play my spells, try to grind you out, get my two for
right.
ones.
Yeah, we got Mother of Runes, we've got Staff of the Storyteller, Stoneforge Mystic. I mean, Douthies. It's up there with Hex Drinker on cards that have soloed me.
And when
Hymn to
he
Torok.
drafted that deck,
Go
sorry to
ahead.
cut you
Yeah.
off. When he drafted that deck, it wasn't really on my radar as something that you could do, and a lot of his picks were
Yeah.
alarming to me. Where I was just like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And then he won the whole draft.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if I saw that mock draft or a different one, but the same thing kind of happened where um, this deck totally wasn't on my radar. Saw someone who's much, much better than me at Magic draft it, succeed with it, and then think like this kind of like grindy deck actually can work in a powered cube environment. Um, and you just kind of got to make your opponent play on your terms. So
Yep.
cards like Thoughtseize and him are just so important to doing that.
Yeah, a lot of cube boils down to there's the type of deck like Max, which is just barreling threats every single
Yeah,
turn, and if your opponent stumbles and stops answering it, you tend to swarm and
you're,
overwhelm.
you're
And
gonna win.
but there's other
Yep.
decks that will use all their resources to put one big thing into play.
Hmm.
And this sort of deck really preys on that. Like if your opponent spends
Oh
their
yeah.
early turns dumping their hand and then you him to Turok them before they get their payoff, or you just like thought seize the critical card out of their hand, or like if you're playing against Max deck and you just dump your hand on the table and then Toxic Deluge.
Toxic Deluge. Yeah, exactly.
So this deck definitely has a lot of potential to just grind the game to a halt and then win off of something like Seasoned Dungeoneer or Shieldred, Crab Bomb from the
Yeah,
Catacombs. There's just a lot of ways to close this. I like this deck a lot the more I look at it.
I like this deck a lot too. Whose deck is
This is
this?
Uncle Cardboard, Jake Brown.
Okay, cool. I'll be really yeah. Hopefully we get to see it. This is a sweet one.
And then we
Just like
got the Nate the
yeah,
Great, classic Nate, blue cards and white cards.
blue cards and white cards. Mox Jet, Mana Vault, Ancestral. Okay.
The way Nate drafts Cube, it just makes so much sense to me. It's very similar to my own style. He tends to be better at getting into these decks than I am. Like it has to be more open for me to get into it, and he tends to
Yeah.
stick his foot in the door and make it work.
Mm-hmm. Just like figuring out where it's kind of the do you wait for the Thalia to wheel, or do you grab it fifth? And for decks like this, I guess Nate is, yeah, taking those middling blue cards in the hope of getting better ones later, earlier than a lot of us, right?
Yep, I think he's very comfortable playing with this sort of deck, and he knows how to prioritize the cards that he wants really
Mm-hmm.
well. And I think that's why he has more success with getting into it than I do, because just knowing how to navigate the draft when you're faced with, a pack full of mid cards, I tend to stray toward taking like a more aggressive line, and he's going for these like no more lies, lingering souls type things.
Right.
Completely valid
Oh yeah, there's
strategy.
lingering spells here. Right. And then getting, well, you don't usually get past Mox or Ancestral, but if you're comfortable with the play patterns that those cards promote, then you can, kind of replicate that in your draft picks.
Yeah, this deck is really strong too. This was a
It
powerful
is.
pod. It looks like everybody got
I
a.
right. We've seen, I think, five. We've seen five of the decks so far, and I think five of them are really, really good. Um, we'll see if JD finds a clear path, but the power level's there for sure.
This is Adham's deck. Um. Okay, we have a Through the Breach. I was wondering what these
Oh
were
yeah, I was
doing.
gonna say it's backwards from what I usually see, but yeah. Okay, through the breach
Vampiric
and
Tutor is important
very much so.
because
Oh, they
otherwise these
have.
cards would not really be doing much.
There's that
Although,
chaos defiler.
how many ways do we have
Okay,
to
yeah.
get
So
cards in the
vamp,
graveyard? Yeah, this deck needs an Entomb.
it does. Nethergoyf does not put cards in the graveyard, right?
No,
There's
it
a Faithless
kicks
Lid in
cards out
here.
if you escape
Okay,
it.
yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I get some of the new goys confused. Um, I don't think they can companion Zerta. Yeah,
Nope.
but they have so cards that I'm really interested in here that aren't. I guess Carnage Interpreter is the one that stands out to me as a very interesting card.
Oh, I like Carnage Interpreter
Um,
very strong.
card is
Faithless
right.
Looting. Oh, okay, Faithless Looting is in here. Okay, this
Yeah,
deck
so you
is
got
good.
Faithless Looting, Blood Tithe Harvester, um, Oliphant, kind of its own, right? It can kind of do the whole package if you're okay with a 6/4 trample.
Yeah, Oliphant Reanimate, perfectly valid.
Oh yeah,
I might be playing the
I was
Harvester
talking
of
about.
Misery here just for the value reanimate plan.
yeah, that's a good point. Interesting choice to not play that.
And here we have the feature deck.
All
Yeah.
right.
This was a very, very tricky build. As much as Doomsday is a little tough to cast in my deck, I think it's just a really solid win. I kind of need the win con. Oh, maybe I don't need it. Um, Cryptic Coach generically fine. It's like I could play Preacher of the Schism, Virtue, and Cryptic Coat to have a bit more of a mid range plan. I don't know. I just feel like I need to play Doomsday, but overall this deck is fine. But I don't know. It's a tough draft.
We wish you the
That
best
was,
of
yeah,
luck. I want to see some
absolutely.
Doomsday wins.
Yeah, it's just I feel like it's barely castable in this deck, but I don't know how else I'm winning games aside from Versus Saga. But it can get there, and regardless, it leads to some of the best moments. Crazy Doomsday win. So let's go for it.
I mean, the One Ring Thassa's Oracle, that's all you need, right?
Very true, very true. This deck is a little heavy on the life loss, hence why maybe Infernal Grasp is worse than Virtue, but I feel like I want one big kill spell that isn't Fire Covenant. But regardless, this is a style of deck that I really like and I drafted before. Like Library of Alexandria, One Ring, and Pitch Spells, or some Negation Subtlety. This is a fun one, either way. Yeah, I'll definitely
Yeah,
let's get
for
into
sure.
it.
I think I don't know if we have all the decks in or not. Close.
We got Quiniac's deck here.
Oh,
Quiniac
nice.
is a
Okay,
known
cool.
aggro enjoyer. Usually drafts. If I had to guess, I would have guessed he drafted mono red, but red green.
Okay, so another two. So six is. I didn't know six is in the cube. That's exciting.
Yeah, 6 is kind of
This
cool.
is a cool deck. Name sticker goblin. So that's a pretty strong name sticker goblin package, I think.
This is just Mac deck 2.0.
It is, yeah. the other cards it's kind of cool to see that get split up. Where were they? I don't have um the seating order. I'm guessing they were at opposite ends of the pod.
Okay, and we have a match that is about to start here.
Excellent.
So we will
So
get
it'll
that
be,
underway.
Yeah. So it'll be JD Pie against Matt.
We will
so-
have a match. Don't worry.
We will.
It's coming. All right. And we have a library of win the game in our opening hand, or ley line of winning the game, right?
Right? Yeah. Library. Okay, so we've got.
Oh wait, maybe not against Mac though. This is that fast green deck.
Yeah,
so
Max got
library might
that
not have
red.
time to get into
The red green. Everything's a threat deck.
Birds of Paradise.
And
no, Elvish Spirit Guide.
Elvish Spirit Guide. Paradise Druid. Okay.
Yeah, Paradise. Either way, Max living in Paradise.
For sure. So this is interesting. JD Pie can either get on the library plan or fire off this Inquisition.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually tough because your instinct is definitely going to be, I want to library, but there's some merit to just trying to make sure that you don't lose to something. Like
on the next turn of the game.
Yeah, like if Mac's hand is 3 lands and Sentinels of the Nameless City, he would have kept this hand. So there's definitely some hands that Inquisition would ruin.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't hate waiting. I think more often than not, the Inquisition isn't going to stumble Mac enough.
I agree. Yeah, and I think one of the ways that JD's deck wins this game is, where if all of Mac's threats are a must, or all of Mac's cards are a must answer threat, which most of them are, Library of Alexandria does a really good job of letting you keep up, so that when they top deck when Mac, if Mac top decks Minsc and Boo, JD's not down to 1 card in hand, that he's got 6 or 7 still, because Library's been going the whole game and actually has a good shot at being able to answer that relatively well. And if you get off Library on turn 1, that kind of closes that opportunity to you.
Yeah, I also think that his best card in this matchup is Toxic Deluge, and so trying to set up a spot where you're drawing into the Toxic Deluge is probably worthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Inquisition wasn't doing anything on turn 1, so...
Agreed. Yeah. Interesting that JD went for the Duress line there instead of the Inquisition line.
It makes sense because you want to be able to hit Boo.
Yeah, exactly. I assume that Minsc and Boo is the card that you're most worried about coming down on turn 4 in this board. It's just going to absolutely annihilate you.
Yep, Minsc and Boo is...
Or I guess turn 3, but yeah.
Pretty unbeatable if it comes out early and you don't deal with it right away. Billy Bristol, my favorite green 2-drop.
What is the... how much life do you have to gain for Seraphic Steed to trigger?
I think it has to be saddled. And
saddled. Okay, well, there you go. So that's enough.
Does it, yeah.
Saddled away. So yeah, this is Max deck doing what Max deck wants to do, and we'll see if JD's deck can do a little catch up here.
Yeah, there needs to be a Toxic Deluge. Oh wait, I guess we have Fiery Covenant. That's the same thing.
There's a Fire Covenant there, right? But because Xander's just tapped,
we don't have red. Yeah, and
Fire
we can't
Covenant's
afford
not
to
coming
take
down
that much
this
damage.
turn.
We can't do any Frantic Search shenanigans to get it untapped either.
I know. I was like, can you Frantic Search to get red mana? And it's just not happening. So what else is this? Yeah, this is JD's deck. I mean, they've got a lot of interactive spells. So you could go.
I think the plan.
Frantic Search into something.
No, I think the plan is to ponder. Oh no, we're gonna Frantic Search. I was thinking you ponder Inquisition here, because you need to get rid of the Burst Lightning from their hand, otherwise you're going to die to it. And the Frantic Search, I guess starting with Frantic Search is fine.
Right, it's 0 mana. you still have access to this line. If they had drawn mountain, right, then fire. Oh no, sorry, they played the JD played the island, so that doesn't work. We already thought about the frantic switch shenanigans. Um. Well, Infernal Grasp is probably a keep. All right, but no library this turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was thinking of the merit of holding the Frantic Search so we could fire Covenant next turn. Off of
Yeah, so that you
untapping
can play
Xander's
Xander's
Lounge.
Lounge as your fourth land, and then untap it and fire Covenant.
Yeah, I thought that the line that might have been. I mean, it's still you're taking a ton of damage if you do the line that I'm suggesting here. So I can't say for sure that it's a
Yeah,
good line, but
that it would work out.
that's what I was looking at initially was the Inquisition
Hmm.
into Ponder and just hope for the best. Off of the
And
Frantic
then,
Search next turn, just try to set up the
right,
Frantic Search
right.
to be winning.
And Mac going for the Burst Lightning there, probably because they know about the Fire Covenant in the deck. Not necessarily in JD's hand, but in the deck.
And just playing around Inquisition.
Also that, right, yeah. Two cards that make sense to go for it there.
Although I guess if you
Uh,
get Inquisitioned, you can just do it in response. I'm not
because,
sure
right, it's
why.
an instant, so you can kind of do it in response no matter what.
Yeah, maybe this is
Um,
just F6 value. Max like,
that could be F6
I'm gonna
value,
win.
absolutely.
I don't want to. I'm gonna go get a glass of water.
Right. Opponent can think for a minute while they
Yeah.
try to find a way out of this. Yeah, I like drawing a card there, but I don't think there's any solution for
Yeah, sometimes I just get so
black
far
player.
ahead. I'm just like, I'm gonna throw all my cards on the table. You deal with it.
Right. Yeah, and no, Mac knows the library hull breacher interaction. So for anyone who
Library
plays
should be
Magic online,
mandatory with Hull Breacher in play.
I mean, I've definitely had opponents click it not knowing the interaction.
Get that Gix's command in here. Get that
Oh
Virtue
yeah,
in. Get that Preacher in.
yeah. JD made some really interesting choices with the way they built this deck, and I absolutely do not fault them for going for that Doomsday in game one. Um, it definitely gives you that win from nowhere value, which is sometimes really helpful. But
It
I
also
think
makes
that
sense. Like I was
command,
talking about how the deck looked sort of anemic without a ton of ways
yeah,
to like actually close the game. So having
right,
like a good plan
yeah.
is always
Yeah.
solid.
Doomsday gives you that plan. That's a little bit, I don't know if more consistent, but a little bit better perhaps than the preacher plan.
I think we could
The
get rid of this
preacher
Force of
cryptic code.
Negation. It's a Force of Negation. Well, I guess there's your Lingus and Minx gonna be. Maybe we keep Force.
Right? Is it enough to stop those two cards? Maybe.
Yeah. I think we want to keep the Force.
Yeah.
But
Um,
getting rid of Imperial Seal kind of makes sense to me.
yeah, for sure.
Just don't want to take too much damage.
Right. If we're keeping force, I might be tempted to take duress out. Because I mean, they're overlapping on the same cards there, right?
I think we just cut Frantic
And one
Search
costs
here
0 mana.
because there's no more
Yeah.
Doomsday, so
Yeah, absolutely.
we don't really have much reason to want it other than the whole Breacher Echo.
Hmm. What do you think about this lava spur boots inclusion? Is that just for
I don't
uh
like it, but I see why we're
okay,
playing it because of the saga.
the saga? Yeah. Same. Yeah, it's interesting. I think I would play saga a lot of times with no hits for it. Uh,
I'm not gonna go that far. But one hit with
disagree.
Retrofitter is fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
Lava Spurs
the
go.
make two constructs is it'll win a game.
Yeah, I just want
Here
my
we go.
constructs to be 4/4s and not 2/2s.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a fair keep, right? Fire Covenant's one of the best cards in JD's deck against Mac,
Mm-hmm.
and Hull Breacher's a nice little combo. So with most things,
No, we have enough time as long as there's no Spirit Guide.
yeah, because it's pro instance. Um, Interestingly, not enough time if JD was on the draw, but fortunately, they're on the play. But
Mac's just gonna untap, pitch a Spirit Guide, level it up to 3, chuckle.
end of the game right there. Probably, honestly.
I've
Let's
seen
see
him
what
do it
else there
before.
is.
It's in his
I
range.
mean, I would do it,
Yeah. I mean, as
especially
I
in
said
open deck.
earlier, I don't think anybody has ever beaten a turn one hex drinker in the history of Magic.
All right. I guess Magic Hope rests on JD to turn the tide and knock Hexdrinker down a notch. So interesting that they kept the Caracas on top. I don't know if I would have done that given 3 lines in hand already, but
Yeah, and Caracas doesn't ostensibly do anything.
it well, okay. It what does it maybe it's a plan for Minskin.
Yeah, it
That's the
isn't.
only
It's
that's what I'm thinking,
insurance.
right?
That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Right. Yeah, it's insurance. It doesn't help you right now. It might help you in the future. Um, so
Yeah.
interesting choice here, I think.
No, it makes sense. Take the
JD had the,
damage.
yeah,
Fire off in
decided
a
to take
turn. Try to get a
damage.
2-for-1.
Yep, yep. I
Or at least
think
make him spend the mana on leveling.
right. So you can level up as a sorcery, so you can get Mac to waste 1 more mana here. Oh no, I can't. It's level 3. For some reason I think level 4. I would have lost the game to Hexdrink right there, so it's a good thing. Good thing JD's in.
Yeah, Mac played that pretty well because if you go for the level pre-combat, you lose your creature, and then doing it post-combat kind of like negated the.
Right. You either get to keep your mana or you get 2 damage in. And if you're okay with both situations, then it makes sense to just wait.
And it's certainly better than just playing a creature and getting 2-for-1. So.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. A classic. Make your opponent
Oh, Mac just didn't have
make
a
the
play.
choice.
Just a good
Well, we're going to
lineup.
see what's going on. Okay, so the Caracas line looking great here.
Yeah,
Caracas and
especially
click.
against a questing beast.
Right. Got a click to click. A click to Caracas and a questing beast to Caracas.
Oh, Mac doesn't have double
Um,
green. Oh, he does have double green.
oh.
No, he
No,
does.
he does. Yeah, there's the forest in there. There's the forest. Okay.
So why
Um,
didn't he play questing
Why didn't he
beast?
play? I guess wanted. Oh, because of the Caracas. He did. Forced Questing Beast just sets you 2 turns back on.
Oh yeah, Caracas was in
Uh,
play. Never mind. Okay, okay.
yeah, Caracas was already in
I'm
play.
slow on the uptake here.
There's a lot going on. Cube's got a lot of text in it, right? So JD took what the heck, the whatever that 5 mana card is called, Elder Gargaroth.
Yeah, which makes
Um,
sense.
it does, yeah. That's a card that's really it just generates value by being in play, and JD can't remove it from play. So
Pick your poison.
okay, this looks like a pretty straightforward Caracas my click line, right? Your opponent already played their second green mana, so they're not getting a questing beast past your Caracas,
Yeah, you might as well save your creature here.
right? Um, it looks like I want you to use your Caracas so I can play something.
Well,
But
we
I don't
know
know.
Max hand, so
Uh, Plains, questing beast, pest infestation, and 2 unknowns.
yeah, I think
Okay,
we just
there
have
we
to go
go.
for it.
Wonder if there's a burst. No, okay, yeah, just
It might have just been an over. Like I might have overlooked the
I
fact that
know,
you could
right?
bounce it there. So
The Caracas has got so many. It's really a Swiss Army knife of a land, right?
there's so many things that you have to keep balanced in your mind in Cube. It's super easy to miss things. So I don't really ever
Absolutely.
fault players if they make like a brain fart mistake like that
Yeah.
because I do it
Yeah.
all the
Okay. So we
time.
saw this. Yeah. So JD went for Vendling click, take nothing,
Well, yeah, you just
which
want to
is
check to
not.
see if the coast is clear because now we have Echo Hullbreacher online.
Yeah.
It's like that's just gonna win the game. So let's just play to
Yep.
that.
So I think what? Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Okay. This looks pretty straightforward. Mac agrees. So there we go. I mean, I think we really saw the power of Caracas there, and JD took it super highly, so makes a ton of sense. Got negated the questing beast and got some nice Vendilion click value to counter the pick your poison.
Yeah, Caracas
Um,
really showing its worth right there.
right. Any changes for being on the draw, you think? Don't think there's a reason for a Golos. The Unearth was the only card in the sideboard I was thinking might be okay, but you might just get cycled a bunch. So here we go. Mac with no green mana on turn one. Probably Paradise Druid. I'm mulligan to 6 and no green mana. So we'll see. We'll see what they've got going on. Probably pretty quick here. I'm guessing JD keeping 2 lands in Alluring Revealed, and then Click Subtlety, Crypticoat, and Duress. Oh, and a real choice on our hands. Library of Alexander, Duress. Kind of the same choice as game 1. And so we'll see. Going for the library. Okay, I can't fault him.
Maybe this time it'll be
Yeah.
a ley line of you win the game.
Right? Uh, Undermountain Adventurer was milled off of that Meticulous Archive, which probably tells us that Mac does not have very many lands.
Yes, that is a good read. And we're about to find out how many lands exactly.
We are. Given the Undermountain Adventurer mill, I would have been really tempted to Subtlety Pitch Cast. Well, no, I wouldn't have. Not with Library. Yeah, JD's way ahead of me on that one. I'm not getting off Library if my opponent's milling 4 mana cards that win the game.
Are we letting our opponent keep Hex Drinker? No way.
No, not a chance. Yeah, so we got Fairy Mastermind, Hexdrinker, Lauren, and Island. That Yavimaya doing some good work here, but I think you have to take Hexdrinker, given the hand that JD has. Just no way to answer it. The other 2 cards are still big threats, absolutely, but Hexdrinker will become an unanswerable threat in short order.
I'm going to interrupt the broadcast for a split second here just because Tom Martell just sent me his deck. We hadn't put it on stream yet, so
Oh, okay.
once we get a break here in the gaming. Okay, Sentinel's coming down. He just sent me
Okay,
this and said
that was the draw for the turn.
LOL, which is a good description because Academy Workshop Lotus Pearl.
Holy cat.
Yeah, that's the appropriate reaction. Holy.
Wow.
Just
Time walk in there.
Yes, please. Oh wow, there's a time walk.
There's a time walk buried in there. Well,
maybe I should have marked this.
If anyone can beat
that
deck, power to them. It's Vintage Cube, anything can happen. But holy cow, they have Tinker. Yeah, they've got Tinker. Of course, Tom's got Tinker.
Wow. All right, so Subtlety's getting pitch cast over here to deal with the Sentinel.
This was a pod of incredible decks.
Yeah, really, really high powered.
Mac calling out JD on maybe having Subtlety. I would definitely Subtlety this Sentinel for sure. Your opponent's missing land drops, and Sentinel's just a gigantic threat. So buying yourself a little bit of time makes sense, and it doesn't even take you off library because you're going to drop to 7 and still be able to library.
I wish Mac had gotten Nadu for this deck. Sentinel and Bristly Bill, it's just everything you want.
That would have been sweet. Nadu is a card I have played in Cube once. It is. I don't know if you need setup or not. It's just kind of like good value, right?
Yeah, it's quite strong. I've had it with Bristly Bill before, and it is. Oh, and Fast Bond. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, then you're just that. I feel like you got to get relatively unlucky to lose the game at that point.
Yeah. You can just draw your whole deck. Pretty nice. All right, this Teferi is a bit of a wrench in the plans.
It is.
We can just start tapping out.
Right. Yeah. You have basically perfect information on what your opponent's going to be. If JD has, I guess we do too, basically perfect information on what Matt can be doing here. So let's see if they can find a way to navigate through that. Oh, drew a land. Okay. Okay. Well, Bristly Bill, give him the business. I think this is a game that kind of showcases that difference between duress and inquisition that we were talking about during the draft, where inquisition would be really fantastic here, and duress is doing absolutely nothing. It's a bit of a liability, honestly.
Yep. Sometimes your
An
opponent just has
unfortunate chain.
creatures.
Right.
So we're coming out from underneath the Library of Alexandria, which kind of makes sense. You just want to
Yeah, you
stabilize.
just have to. So be interesting. I guess JD will have the option to Stern Scolding. We know that the last card in Max Hand before the draw step was Lauren, which of course kills Cryptic Coat. But you can either pick up Cryptic Coat or Stern Scolding this Lauren.
Looks
Oh no,
like
you
he's going to
can't.
pick it up.
Can't.
Oh, yeah, no
Yeah,
stern
sorry, stopping the
scoldings.
Stern Scolding.
Oh,
Oh,
and
and
going
going for the
after
Saga
the
land.
saga.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Max sensing weakness and just going for the throat here.
Yep. Mac's a really solid player.
Yeah, yeah. I can't say I've ever played against him, but um, wow. The manifested creature is the Gix's command.
Mac's been
Other
cutting
than the
his
two
teeth against some
cards.
of the best in the game, so I imagine his improvement has been pretty drastic, and he was already quite good, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me if he starts spiking like major events.
Yeah.
I don't know how much he plays
Mm-hmm.
competitive,
Mm-hmm.
but he definitely has
Probably.
the right amount of like the right people behind him to like
Mm-hmm.
reach the highest level.
Yeah, having that like the ability to play against people better than you, and then having a community is such a big part about being successful at competitive Magic, I think.
I mean, you
Um,
absolutely have to play against players better than you if you want to get better. It's the only way to get to a
yeah,
certain skill
yeah,
level.
for
It's just
sure.
there's no way to. I can't say there's no way, but it's going to take a very insightful person to see all of the angles that you'll be able to see just by playing against a better player, because they'll just do things that you wouldn't necessarily recognize to do, and then it just will level
Yeah,
you up so much faster than you if you figure out how to do those things on your own.
yeah, absolutely.
You'll just like notice trends in their play where it's like, oh, my opponent is always, playing conservative in these spots, and then I always lose. Maybe I should start playing conservative when I'm in that spot, for example.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely the fastest way. Figuring stuff out on your own is rewarding but slow.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you do figure it out on your own, you'll tend to have much better fundamentals than the people who got the level up or whatever from playing against like better players. But you just get so much out of that fast track.
You really do. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the things it's one of the things that Discords like your Discord or the Divination or even just Magic Online it gives, people kind of in rural areas or don't who don't have an LGS or don't have a friend group that plays access to battle against people. Like the average Magic Online player is pretty darn good these days.
Yeah, I mean, when I was first getting good, I guess, so to speak, I'm still not
Yeah.
good, so getting
Right.
good compared to the average player. Uh, a lot of that was just going on Twitter, finding the players who are posting all their draft decks who are like winning a lot of trophies, and then copying what they're doing so I can just
Hmm.
expand my range. It's like, okay, I've never seen a deck like this, but if this works, I'm gonna try to draft it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, um, here we go. Looking at this game, what can JD do to kind of catch up a little bit?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I imagine it involves Doomsday. They have JD does have the One Ring in their deck, and the One Ring,
Oh, target artifact or creature. That's kind of cool.
wow,
I didn't know you could
look at
copy
that.
artifacts with that.
We're all learning about the text on that card today. Um, the One Ring can do a little bit of work here, buying you cards, buying you a turn. I
Yeah.
imagine. the win condition looks something like the One Ring into Doomsday.
But Doomsday got boarded out, so that's not
Oh,
actually.
you're right, it did. No, disaster.
That's not gonna work out.
Disaster. Okay. I guess we'll see if Cryptic Coat can carry the day. Back on library though, if JD wants to be. Like maybe the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, it's hard to know. You're just so far behind. It's like, what kind of triage can we do here? You just have to
Yeah,
deal with
I
like the
like.
most threatening things first, and then try to build out
Hmm.
from there.
Yeah, and like you mentioned when we were looking at Mac's deck, all of his cards are threats. So it's
Yeah,
hard.
I
You've got
mean,
to
we
set
do
up
have a
to answer
handful
the
of
first phase
answers, which
and the next
is
one.
powerful. But Mac drawing extra cards, his cards are going to be better than ours because our cards are constricted by how much mana we have, and Mac's
Right,
cards are just probably any non-land is a banger.
right. I guess we'll see.
So Gargaroth and a
Wow.
bunch of lands. All right, that's what we
Okay.
want to
All
see
right.
if we're
All right.
JD Pie. Not really
Absolutely.
ideal for Mac.
So we got. Oh, I might tap that library here before playing a swamp.
Yeah, because how are you going to spend the mana? Probably Baleful Strix and
Yeah, Swamp Strix, Hold Up, Stern Scolding, and Spell Pierce.
oh, this gives us other options actually. Maybe we just want to put this Hull Breacher into play.
It does. I think with Generous Ent
Well, there's the
and Lock.
Loran that's probably trying to draw, so you can cut that off.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And you've got Force Negation for anything. This game looks really close, actually.
Yeah, it's
All
hard
those extra
because
draws didn't do Mac very much good.
Mac definitely has outs,
Oh, yeah.
but those
Oh,
outs
yeah.
get cut off by Spell Pierce and Force of Negation because Mac's best cards are Minkskin Boo and Yorlingus. That's what he's going to be hoping to draw for sure.
Yeah. And both of those, like, Mac will need both of them to get past this Force Negation. I'm guessing at this point, they'll be canny enough to get a fourth past the Spell Pierce. I
Yeah,
assume it's
yeah, you're
make it
right.
past Spell Pierce.
Mac isn't probably going to stumble into that one. But he
Right.
will probably draw a card with Loran here.
Yes. Which will be a nice little treasure.
Although, actually, he's tapping his mana efficiently enough that he could probably wait to draw off of it
Yeah, that's fair.
and not feel too pressed. Yeah, he's just
And
going to pass, and that forces he can draw in response to the Hull Breacher here.
yep. And JD doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have the mana to wait on Hullbreacher. Got to spend that 3 mana.
Yeah, yeah. You're not going to
So
wait
well
on
played
it.
by both players, I think. So Baleful Strix can answer Elder Gargaroth, kind of. But
Yeah,
then you
you
still
need
left with Generous Hint.
you need some blockers on top of that.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
life is just not a good buffer.
Um,
Okay, Caracas deals with Loran. Oh,
right.
one
Oh, there's the One
ring.
Ring.
Okay.
But
You're not
with
going to be
10
drawing
cards left
cards
in
off
deck,
of it, but you can
the
get in
right.
6 damage, and
Um, do you remember if JD boarded out the draw 7 Echo Vans?
I'm not 100% sure on. I know he cut the Doomsday.
Yeah, but Echo Hullbreacher is still going to be good enough.
Yeah.
And it deals with the I don't have very many cards left in my deck problem. Okay, all right. There's a real path here.
Bit of clock gore going on.
A little bit, yeah. I don't imagine this game. 6 minutes will be more than enough to end this game, one way or the other.
I think
So
the
it
Thassa's
did.
gone, so.
Yeah, yeah. So the One Ring for protection. I can't imagine that the One Ring actually gets tapped ever.
Mac, you don't got to apologize. You've got 12 minutes on him.
Right.
Take your time. Mac is so fast, though. He's just a really fast player.
Yeah. I think it's with Magic Online especially, it just comes with practice.
Yeah, if you're using the
Okay,
hotkeys
so
and your opponent is being methodical, you
can make up a lot of time.
Yep. There's certain matchups where you just know that they're going to go long. Like when I was playing Standard last season, there was like a black-white control deck, and if I was playing that in a league and I paired into another one, I was like 95% this is going to time.
Right.
So I would just not
The
even
next
think
percent
about
can
my
make control
decisions and
element.
play fast.
Right. Yeah, kind of funny that that's the win condition sometimes. So interesting that Mac went for leylining on Baleful Strix over leylining the One Ring. But I guess the One Ring doesn't do anything other than get its trigger, so leylining it doesn't make sense.
And here Mac is just trying to create as big of a buffer between him and the next turn as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, that was heads up, because the questing beast makes it so that the One Ring protection wouldn't work.
Oh, that's okay.
So if you
Yeah. Good
pre-combat
for
the
JD on
questing
seeing that. I would
beast,
have got killed there, right? Because it says
yeah,
damage can't
you
be
can force
prevented,
the Caracas tap, and then it makes it so the
and then get it
Caracas loses
down.
a lot of its luster here.
Right, because now, okay, all right. That was well played on both sides. Drawing a life gain removal spell was pretty good.
Oh, there's the
Okay,
Echo
Echo of
too.
the Aeons is in the deck.
Holy,
All right. Oh man.
holy Echo of Eons.
Yeah, don't shuffle that away. Um, this is wild.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore here. I guess
So
we're gonna have
yeah,
to see what happens with the new
Caracas
hand.
that, shuffle it away,
Yeah.
put Mac on 0 cards in hand. Or no, Hellbreacher will stop all cards.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and JD will have 15, 16 cards in deck, right? Or no, 14. 9 in hand, or 7 in hand, 7 in deck right now.
Yeah, his
Right?
hand is probably gonna look similar post Echo here.
Right, so you're not necessarily losing this force of negation, and you're getting 7 treasures. And with 6 power unblockable.
Okay.
Night's Whisper does well. This was about as blank as it gets.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the 7 worst cards left in his deck.
Well, you can rebuy it.
You don't even have another blue for the Force of Negation.
Well,
I guess
got
you
the
could bring
treasures.
back Cryptic Coat and then Force.
Yeah. I like rebuying the hand here
Oh, yeah. That's smart.
with the flashback.
Yeah. There's no reason not to.
Right, force negation is just not enough protection against what your opponent can have, and 10 treasures means you can cast anything you draw. Or 12 treasures.
Yeah, this hand is much more
Okay.
reasonable.
Well, don't cast anything that pays life.
Frantic Search makes sense. Get that Caracas untapped again in case there's a
Yep.
questing beast on
Okay,
top.
all right.
I might just be able to call it for JD here. Like, how's he gonna lose
Right.
this game? The timer?
Maybe, but with those unblockable creatures,
Yeah, it's a pretty fast clock.
it really is. It's 6 times 3. It's 3 turns.
Although he still has to survive through the Gargaroth.
Right. There's a Gargaroth and a Generous Ent, and the Gargaroth has trample, right?
So what's the plan for beating that? No, don't do that! That's a token!
Oh, that was the wrong one. Disaster. Yeah, I mean, Cryptic Coat with enough mana can just chump Generous Ent until the end times. Don't have a great answer for Gargaroth. I guess we're gonna try to see a gang block or something.
Yeah.
Does JD have any way? I don't think they have any way to pick up the One Ring to rebuy that protection.
No. They could copy it with 3 steps ahead and sacrifice it. I guess that's like a way to draw cards off of it if you really needed.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Right, yeah, because you could get another one with hat that has no um, burden counters. I think it's burden counters. Okay, evoking subtlety. Yeah, this is nice. Right now, you know your opponent's just kind of bricking again. A pretty safe way to buy time.
Yeah, losing that second cryptic coat like ruins the clock too, because now you don't have two unblockable creatures.
Right, it's the unblockability was really important. Bouncing? Okay.
So yeah, now we're just gonna see
So
three
you
guys,
actually have to lose Hull Breacher here.
which is fine. It's done its job.
Yeah, it has. Okay, Mac scrapping it out.
Yeah. Oh, and you can copy your Hull Breacher here too if you really wanted.
I guess you could. Although I like the copy the Cryptic Coat a little more.
Yeah, that would make sense. Get that clock back up and running.
Yeah, exactly. Although, okay, so we got to pick up Cryptic Coat now. All right. Cryptic Coat versus the world, I guess.
Yeah.
We've got a Saga.
It almost feels like it's 2 minutes and 13 seconds versus the world.
It does, really, yeah. That the misclick on which coat to pick up gonna hurt JD a little bit. Yeah, okay, on the
Really
on
doesn't
the
want to tap
wild.
blue mana. Oh no, gotta go fast.
Oh no, undo. Oh, the it's the Yapamai on the other side of the table.
Oh yeah,
That's
Yavamaya
what
is
caused it.
so good when you're trying to win off the clock.
Yeah, I don't know. Given infinite time, Mac still might get there.
Yeah, it's close enough that even if Mac wins off the clock, you can't say that that's the only reason that he won.
Right. Are there any tramplers here? Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. So we've got birds with the counter, double the counter.
Oh yeah, that should do it, right? Why didn't
I
we
guess
counter the bill then? Oh no, you
now
can
we're gonna
Fire
have to go to
Covenant.
one with
Yeah,
Fire Covenant.
Fire Covenant will do it. Sneaky fetch land? No, no fetch lands.
No fetch lines over there. Yeah. Wow. There's a lot of back and forth here still.
Yeah, I'm pretty enamored by this game state. It's like anything could happen.
It really could. So he's still gonna make everything's a threat again. His Bill is a legendary creature. Okay. Not that that really matters here. I mean the Caracas, but for stopping Bill counters, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. With infinite mana, with infinite time, the Cryptico might get there, but it's tough to say.
Yeah, I think with more time, it's unlikely that JD Pie would have punted the Cryptic Code token.
Yeah,
It seems like that was probably a product of knowing that you're low on clock and trying to rush.
right. I have to play defense for a couple turns and not run out of time.
This is going to be a really anticlimactic finish.
It is, unfortunately.
But, you know, such is Cube.
That is how it goes, right?
It's
That's
like a
part of
real
playing on
skill in
Magic
Cube to
Online as
play
well.
fast.
Right. I mean, it's a skill in paper Magic too. I know we've played. I'm sure you've been in the same position in tournaments where a draw is functionally a loss a lot of the time. So, um, playing fast to prevent getting draws. In Magic Online, you just lose. There is no draw, but it's the same kind of idea.
Mac has this like alternate win condition of JD Pie only has 5 cards left in his deck too.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't think the deck size was going to come down to matter after the wheel, but here we are.
And that is
And
a leveled Hex Drinker.
pro everything Hex Drinker. Hex Drinker reigns again. Um, Not gonna lose. Not gonna lose the game Magic. Yeah, because even with everything else, uh, JD didn't have an answer to Hex Shrinker before it gets pro everything here. So I think that was just a draw that was gonna get there.
Mac is such a good sport.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that kind of is the we're cube enthusiasts playing for a good time, playing to spread the word about cubes. So
Well, I have to give him credit for like helping to change the culture of my own server. We used to be pretty cutthroat about, if you misclick, that's your problem.
hmm
And Mac has always been a proponent of just like, hey, we're all friends here. Like, we're smart. We can figure it out. If somebody makes a mistake and it's like fixable, let's just fix it. It's more fun that way.
yeah, right, yeah, exactly. I like that. That it's a really nice thing to say about someone, and it's people in the community who are proponents of that kind of gameplay. I think are super important and make cubes so much more approachable for folks
Yeah, we
that
used to get
might
into
not
these
go
like
after it other times.
we used to get into like arguments over, like, oh well, the precedent for this situation is such and such and such. And now that we've kind of transitioned to just like, let's just try to be kind to each other and come to like a mutually agreed upon solution for each individual case, like the arguments just they go away because at the end of the day,
Right,
everybody's here for fun.
right. We just like to play cube, so let's play cube and do our best to approximate the rules or what would happen in lieu of kind of like what would be feel bad situations otherwise, right?
Yep.
I think from a and maybe you can probably enlighten me on this front, but from a cube design perspective, the play experience of your players is the most important thing, right? Even if it means taking out some of your pet cards in a cube or
Uh,
not playing as cutthroat.
Yeah, for example, we've removed Time Vault for that reason.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's just not fun to have in the draft because you're obligated to take it and it doesn't always come together, and then it's just no fun to play against when your opponent kills you on turn two.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
uh, I need to get better. The pressure got to me, but that was a lot of fun.
That match was just
Yeah.
hard to navigate, especially toward the
It
end there.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think also not pitching the Mitch. I think that not pitching the Lorian reveal to the Cryptic Coat to the subtlety at the very beginning was tough. But I think that messing up the Cryptic Coat was bad. Um, I don't know. It's the type of thing where I think realistically I win that match 8 times out of 10, but I timed out and yeah, such
Yeah.
as
It
life.
was.
It was
It
fun.
was a really. That was definitely a really hard match to navigate. Um, I think
Yeah,
your
but even at
sideboarding
the end,
was
like,
was pretty rock solid. Um, Having that kind of the mid range plan being the way to go made a lot of sense.
yeah,
Were you were
it's
you
time.
hoping for
It's,
wishing to have Doomsday in that game three as a way to kind of squeak it out?
yeah, or at least Snorkel. But it's the type of thing where, like, my first home creature wheel was really bad.
Yeah, it
Um,
was.
maybe I
That was
maybe
unfortunate.
maybe I should have maybe I should have Urza Saga like left the land to draw into Urza Saga and turn earlier. But regardless, it's the type of thing where I was very being on stream, being on the pressure, playing against a
Right?
strong opponents. It really got to me. I'm normally a very fast player. I said I
Yeah,
really
for
fought through
sure. I know
everything.
we've played in Divination a number of times, and
Yeah,
yeah, the clock's never an issue, but just a lot of
yeah.
things, and then yeah, MTGO hotkeys and all that. Good time.
Well, but it's the type of thing where like game one, I got punished for not. I was debating whether to go for library or to play the tap lane for Fire Covenant, and I got very
Yeah.
punished. But it's really hard to say no to library on turn one on the draw, and
Right, right.
then
Yeah.
and
We were
then
talking about that
into
because you had the option of like library or Inquisition, and then there's the Fire Covenant, like 2 turns later, that kind of dovetailed
yeah,
with it.
yeah. It was I was agonizing over it, but it's just so hard to. put away library. I think that real look, it's the type of thing where game three, I had it, I timed out. Honestly, it's like I think that I maybe psyched myself out a little bit, but I also was trying to play my best Magic, but then also I just made a couple of really sloppy play at the end. Even with like the Karaka, even with like the Bristly Bill and the birds, like Fire Covenant wasn't getting any better really because I was only at 2 life.
Yeah.
But at the same
Yeah.
time, trigger on the stack, I should have just Caracas the Bristly Bill.
Right. Bounce the bill.
And
Yeah.
it would have had the same effect, messing up the cryptic codes. Overall, it's the type of thing where I think I drafted very well in all of it. I think that it's in this deck. I feel like the Doomsday Thoracle package is fine, even though Doomsday's hard to cast. But yeah, it's just it was look, it's the type of thing where playing under the pressure, I played too slow, and it got to me at the end because in those last couple turns, the game was functionally unlosable if I just had like 2 turns to like Urza Saga, Retrofitter Foundry. But that's Magic.
Right. It's vintage cube sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the type of thing where I had a lot of fun. If I have the opportunity to play against stronger players more often, I think that I'll get there. It's very funny. As a kid, I don't want to detract from coverage at the next match is about to start. As a kid, I played against Reduke at a Grand Prix, and I was like really stressed because I was a young kid. And I was like, after that, I'm like, oh, if I ever play against a really strong player again that I know their name, I'll never have nerves. But it came out, and I had a lot of fun. I think that I drafted well. I think I deck builded pretty right, and I had a lot of fun. Unfortunate way to go out, but I hope it was an entertaining game.
Yeah, it was a good match.
It was fantastic. Yeah, and you were the last living member from the Divination, so you did us proud.
I mean, you say that. I got a bye in the last one.
We don't need to mention that. Last standing Divination.
Yeah, albeit the draft deck that I had in the first draft was excellent deck. Blue Black Artifacts Tinker. But yeah, it's tough to play on the clock when it's high stakes.
Mac is being abusive to Sandy Dog here.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I don't mean to show dogs being abused on stream. It's not really my brand, but
no, Mac's deck seems very good. Like, I guess the one thing before I head out is, were there any points in the draft, or I think that the Doomsday in the deck, maybe I'm putting Virtue as contentious. Were there any things that you think that I could have done better?
Personally, I was saying that maybe I would have built like less towards the Doomsday and just like jammed the Preacher and the Gix's Command and just tried to be a mid-range deck. Just went off the Cryptic Coat.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. It's just I was feeling like the deck was lacking a win con aside from Urza Saga, and it's like maybe Doomsday is too loose, but it was something that I was agonizing for the bill. So I appreciate the feedback.
And then like Gix's Command out of the sideboard, I probably would have just decked it. That card is just really solid.
Definitely. I was thinking because I already had Fire Covenant, I didn't need it, but yeah, it definitely would have been something. But honestly, yeah, tough build. I really appreciate the feedback, and yeah, it's really fun to play against strong players because you improve from it. So thank you so much for setting this up. Had a lot of fun. Maybe could have gotten there. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for playing. It was a pleasure to watch all these matches and put it all together and see everybody get excited.
Yeah, that's how it should be, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I wish the rest of the competitors luck in the semifinals and beyond.
Maybe not too much luck because Sandy Dog just played a Comet, so we got to curb the luck a little bit here.
I mean, you're saying that, like that's maybe the most luck-sacking card of the entire queue, intrinsically.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what? Yeah, thank you so much, and yeah, to all of you out there, Join the Divination server, Vintage Cube, tons of fun, high level play. Get better as a Magic player. I don't know if we view that shameless plug.
Yeah, no, it's good. Also, right now the Divination server is doing a CubeCon crossover. So, if you are thinking about going to CubeCon, if you are going to CubeCon, it's a good way to just like dip your toes in, see what kind of cubes are going to be played at the event, do a little pre-gaming before the big festival of Cube coming this fall. And if you haven't heard of CubeCon, go check it out. Tickets are on sale right now.
Incredible. Incredible. I wish I could go. It's such a fun event.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it this year.
Okay. I'm going to sign off. Have a great rest of events and have a great rest of your nights.
Cheers.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers.
And, yeah, great job on the draft. It's yep.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, yeah, good to hear from JD on how he thought his draft went, and thought he navigated a really hard seat super well. So where are we at in Sandy against Mac?
Well, I would say that Sandy Dog is on the brink of death.
We saw him on the brink of death earlier.
This brink is much more brinky.
It really is a little steeper, a little closer.
Yeah, it's crumbling underfoot right now. I feel like he's halfway off the cliff. He's got a handful of grass, but
right.
It's not holding. It's not holding in the soil.
Unblockable questing beast going to be problematic.
It's like Othari gains you life, but no,
not enough life.
Maybe Lelia has a hit. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Right.
It's
like sack Sunday, stack clue, flip Lelia. Let's see what we got in. So we saw Max deck last round, and okay, Sandy Dog has a very sick red-white deck.
That was not a source supply share.
Catch up from this board state.
And you can't ephemerate the Lelia and block because it'll be too small.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go next.
Yep. There we go. That was just game one, though.
That tends to be what happens when aggro decks clash into each other, especially a green aggro deck versus a white aggro deck, because they tend to hit the same beats, but then the green creatures are just bigger.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just going to ask, what do you think, the age-old Magic question of who's the beatdown in this matchup?
Well, whoever's on the play. I think
that's fair.
The advantage that the white deck tends to have is the interaction is way stronger. So if you can generate a tempo advantage and then maintain it, you'll win those games. However, the green deck benefits from the games going longer because as permanents tend to stick on board, the green permanents are usually just better at maintaining presence and pushing an advantage.
Yeah. I think that's that's how these games tend to play out, right? Of if the white deck can get ahead, it can stay ahead. But yeah, it's interesting. I think if I'm Sandy Dog, I don't know if I want to make any changes on the sideboard. Deck perfect. Or are there cards here that are good?
Maybe. Can you trigger Ashling anyway? I don't know. I really like that card.
So Ashling triggers on
whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. Yeah, if you can cast 2, it does 2 damage to each of your opponent's creatures, which is kind of nice.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, Revoker,
Chain Lightning.
Paradise. Yeah, I like adding Revoker here. Yeah, I was looking at maybe Guide of Souls, but it might just not be good enough.
Right. I think if I'm Sandy Dog, right, I want to think the paths to victory here are what you suggested of play some 1-drops, play some interaction, carry yourself to victory that way. I think Caves of Chaos Adventurer and like Solitude, Flickerwisp, Ephemerate shenanigans are also a good way to play a game
Yeah.
that goes really, really long.
I also agree with cutting the Rabble Master there because Mac has
Just
Elder
it
Gargaroth,
never
and you
gets
just don't
in.
want those to line up.
Right. Right. Even Rabble Master just gets chomped by the Sentinel of the Nameless City, whose matches up really badly against those green creatures.
I don't know if you can keep this hand, but it is worth a consideration, I suppose, when you have Ocelot Pride on turn 1.
Yeah. Ocelot Pride and Giver of Runes, is that good enough to carry you through?
Well, if it's just
I
like
don't
no
know
matter
if
if you draw land, if you draw 2 lands, you're really good, but without it,
yeah,
and you're on the
right.
play, the odds
This
are
is
not in your
kind of a
favor.
mulligan to 5 with the 2/4 drops already. Yeah, this hand's much, much better.
Yes.
Um,
Maybe just put down the Spirit Guide since we're
you
curving
think
out pretty
so? I was
naturally
thinking
without
turn
it.
one Inti, but yeah, like turn one Inti is kind of, if you're on a mulligan already, is that really where you want to be? I think you're right. Like putting the Spirit Guide or the Samwise maybe.
Yeah, I feel like
Guess
Inti is
again,
much better when you already have a few
you
lands in
actually,
play.
yep, looks like Sandy agrees with you.
It's like if you played the
Not too
Inti on turn
surprised.
1, you're not going to want to discard on turn 2. There's too likely a chance that
Right,
you're just throwing a card away for nothing.
right, yeah, for a 1/1 counter, which is not going to really get you very far here. But this is going to be a really good curve for Sandy.
Yeah.
Thraben Inspector, the best white 1 drop, into Inti, and maybe the ability to use it. But I guess you're still just getting the 1/1 counter, so probably not. Against the tap land. I guess we shall see.
Probably not discarding.
Yeah, I can't imagine you discard here. Oh,
I thought you
yeah.
discarded the path for
I
a
thought he was
second.
clicking the path. I'm like, that seems insane. It's probably the best card,
I was
right?
like, oh, Sandy Dog knows something I don't know.
So the Samwise Inti interaction is kind of interesting. If you brick, you can Samwise whatever you discarded back.
No, you can't. Permanent. That went there from the battlefield, not from your hand.
Oh man, it's those lines of text again. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. The interaction is completely non-existent.
But you can attack, trade the Inti for the bill, and then Samwise it back.
And then do that.
Because there's like no chance that he's not going to block, so.
Yeah, that's probably the most efficient way to use the cards in your hand, right? At least for Sandy, um, is to get that because I don't think.
Yeah, the question is
Go
if you
ahead.
attacking with the Thraben, which he decided to do. So, I guess if
Right.
you
Yeah.
attack with Inti and don't pump the Inti, that's pretty suspicious.
Right. Mac will figure that out pretty quick.
Yeah. So this, oh yeah, Mac is still not going to block. It's just too suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. But giving Sandy the free Phyrexian Revoker.
Yeah, this is fine for Sandy Dog. He's happy to just spend his mana.
Right. You get a draw card instead of trade.
I wonder what he's going to revoke her. You could just name the Bristly Bill.
You could.
Mac
I
has
guess
had
it
a chance to
depends.
play a lot of the stuff that you'd want to name otherwise.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Because you're not going to name any mana creature. It would have come down. Um. Oh, not keeping Giver of Runes. Interesting. Um. Could name Minskin Boo. Or just the card and play like you suggest.
Oh yeah,
So
Minkskin would have been fine.
right, but that's if I'm in Sandy's position, I don't know if I can beat a Minskin Boo if Mac has it. Um, I think I would have been tempted to keep the Giver of Runes on top. It's kind of slow, but it's a way to punch through all the giant green creatures.
I think once the game has progressed to this sort of situation, you kind of just want to look forward instead of
Yeah,
hanging on to like a Giver of Runes, which is just going to come into play slowly and have a chance to be interacted with.
right. It's not doing anything for 2 turns, and then the ceiling on what it can do is like maybe sneak 3 or 4 power into the get an attack there.
One um how should I put this? When I was learning how to play Phoenix in Historic, one of
Mm-hmm.
the things that elevated my game to be like in the top tier of like the best Phoenix gamers is a friend of mine was like, whenever you're scrying, you should never like settle. Basically, like you're scrying, you should
Right.
treat it like a tutor. You're looking for specific cards, and if you don't see the broken card, like just turn through your deck, because your deck is full of good cards. So like, don't make good the enemy of perfect, which is actually usually the opposite. Is you don't want to make perfect the enemy of good. And so a lot of people will just be like, okay, this is good enough, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in the case
But
of surveilling and scrying, oftentimes you just want to dig, because it gets you closer to the
mhm.
good. It gets you closer to the best stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a I think it's a really good way to put it. Kind of the same thing when we were talking about you got to know what your best cards are or what your outs are when you're playing from behind. If you know what your best cards are when you're playing in any position, then you can use your surveils and your scries to dig to those specific that subset of cards, and anything that's not that is not good enough. So this is looking like kind of the hypothetical bigger green creatures against red white small creatures uh, board battle. Guess we'll see if Sandy can. I don't know if well Sandy's a much better player than me, so see if he can figure out a way through this board or try to set up for some sort of solitude loop. So yeah, I
Oh,
don't
responding
know.
to chat, one of the reasons
Yeah.
that
Oh, good.
Giver of Runes might not be super appealing is it is a blank if Mac has Questing Beast. So if you keep it on top and
Sure.
then Mac plays Questing Beast, you really just like set yourself up to be time walked. So that's like another good reason to get rid of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. I think Sandy's probably looking for a long game here. I don't know if well, got a flyer maybe. Although Arwen is
Yeah, Arwen
pretty
is,
brutal against
yeah,
red white decks.
quite difficult to beat through.
Okay, looks like we're gonna do the anti line again and see
Yeah,
about
just
the samurai setup.
keep offering the trade.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Sandy navigates this. I mean, they're one of the premier beatdown players. He's one of the premier beatdown players out there. So learning from the master here. So what's the other text on Sandstorm say? It's just adding 1/1 counters to everything, right? I think that's the case. Um, so if I'm Mac, how do I block? I guess Arwen doesn't. There's no mana for the indestructible on Arwen this turn, or for the to pump your other creature. Arwen's always indestructible. So yeah. Oh, and no block with Arwen. Okay,
Yeah, that makes sense. Just save the Arwen for.
for when you have the mana to really punish your opponent. Or no, it already got it already got
Yeah, it's
used.
already been used. That's why I
Okay,
can't.
there we go. I lost track of the game,
It
apparently.
can't get the. It's not indestructible. Otherwise, it would have just blocked.
Right, right. That is a lot of lifelink coming back. So I guess we'll see what Mac has here. And, I mean, with 8 lifelink, it's tough to do anything other than attack. Yep, Mac agrees.
Yeah, Max just wants to gain this life back. He's
Right.
like, we can
Life
race. I
linkers.
have life linkers.
Right.
What are you gonna do?
Playing offense and defense at the same time.
Yep. Offense is the best defense. Gargaroth, good old Gargler.
Man, what a beating! This is how it plays out, though. If you're the green player, this is what you want.
Yep.
Arwen Gargaroth just absolutely stopped the red-white creatures in their tracks.
Yep. Just make your opponent not be able to attack. That's how you beat white.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess Sandy goes for a clue and hopes it can stop a Gargaroth. Or they could. That's interesting. No, I think we'll see. You could discard Revoker and try to spike a Solitude, right?
Yeah, that might be
Or
the
try to play
line.
defense. I can't imagine defense against a 6/6, 5/5, and a 3/3 is
But how much
really
damage is in play? Like
accessible.
3, 5, 8, 11,
8.
14. Oh, it's almost
12.
lethal.
Is it? Yeah. Oh no, I forgot about the battle cry.
3, 4, 5,
9,
6,
10,
7, 8, 9,
11,
10,
12,
11,
13,
12,
14,
13,
15. It's
14,
actually
15.
exact.
Yeah, it's exactly lethal if he has Solitude on top. Okay. Oh,
The
no,
Solitude
because
would
he
be
gains
life.
6. Gains 6 life off
But
Solitude.
there might be something else that I'm missing that does it.
Yeah, let's check the decks here.
Flicker doesn't have flash.
You could like hit. No, ephemerate doesn't work. Okay, well you could hit ephemerate. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I was gonna say maybe ephemerate stops the gain life off of Gargaroth, but my brain is just glitching out here.
I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see the
A mountain
the
is
cycle.
not.
The path is gone.
Mountain does not do it. Yeah, path would have been ideal.
Right. Right. Yeah, path would have been good enough, but that's in the graveyard. Chain lightning.
But Max is gonna gain 3
Actually-
off of the Gargaroth,
Oh yeah, you're right because it gets to block.
and then he has
The
7
chain lightning
damage
would be
in
exactly
play
enough.
off of the.
Yeah, because Gargaroth's going to double block here, I guess. So it's up to Mac to make a mistake. It looks like.
Well, what mistake could Mac make? He has a swing back for lethal. The only mistake he could make is blocking the
3,
Sanguine.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, it's only get to 14.
So if he blocks the Sanguine, that would give Sandy Dog
Yeah.
an extra blocker, and then, yeah, but that's not
Right. I was thinking this chain lightning might be enough, but I didn't do the math. And then the misplay is doing anything other than gain 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly going to gain 3. We already
Right.
saw
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Mac is willing to gain 3 from a much less dicey situation. He's just protecting the life total. And I don't think Sandy Dog has moves here.
No, I don't think so either. Still, successfully played. He successfully played to his outs, and unfortunately did not draw them this time.
All right.
There you go, Mac on to the finals
Mac the Knife.
with the green beatdown deck. Let's see. I don't know if we have a shot at getting the other match.
The other
it's still
match is
going.
over because Tom Martell's deck is broken.
Yeah, I kind of figured Tom
So
won the other match because that deck is fully silly.
we'll see who wants
I guess
to
we're gonna see.
stream for the finals. Maybe we get Tom's perspective potentially because of how broken that deck is.
Right. I really suspect that where did Tom's deck go? It doesn't really matter. I suspect Tom is going to have the lion's share of decisions. Oh, I must just sent it to you. Yeah. So that'll be fun.
While we wait
Right.
for
See we can get.
a stream, let me pull up the prizes that these players are playing for, just so
Yeah.
we can give the audience a little taste of what's on the line.
It's high stakes today.
Yeah. So we just saw the top four. So Sandy Dog is gonna get he's gonna get third or fourth pick of these cards. I'm gonna be playing for first pick. Personally, I think Bendering Titan is probably the chase card
I
here.
got to imagine it's gonna get picked first. Yeah.
Even though the Sensei's
It's a
Divining
pretty
Top is
great
probably easier to sell if you wanted to just cash out, I just feel like, look at that Bender, so beautiful.
I know the Bender's great. I have a soft spot for Splinter Twin, but given the option, I think I'm probably taking Bender. Although I do like Hellboy, so
yeah,
it's
I
a nice
like all
version of
these
Bender.
alters. Honestly,
they're
I'm kind of
great.
sad to see them
Fantastic.
go, but they need to go out into the world. I haven't played with them in years. I'd rather them be played. People need to appreciate Bender.
Yeah, for sure. And they're all cube staples, so it's exciting. That's
Yeah, I
awesome that
definitely
you
wanted to
can
pick
put them
out
up.
cube cards.
Right. Um. Yeah. So do you do these invitationals on a regular basis, or when you're feeling like it?
Well,
Or folks want to
it's mostly when
hop
I
on and
feel
try to
like it.
qualify again? Yeah,
So
that's a lot, right?
it started out a few years ago. I just wanted to throw some cube events. This is before the server that I run popped off, so it was actually important for me to like throw these cube events if I wanted cube to happen because it wasn't like a daily thing.
Right. Yeah.
And so at first it was just like kind of a fun event. We did like team drafts, and then I wanted to try to throw on like a bigger draft because this is also before MTGO did the 64 player drafts. I wanted to,
Right.
because long ago they used to do the 64 player drafts where for every set there would be like a week of 64 player drafts of the new set, and I always loved those. It upsets me that Magic Online doesn't do that anymore. I love that they have the 64 person cube drafts. But anyway, going back to that, because that didn't exist anymore at the time, I wanted to fulfill that demand. I wanted to try to do a 64 player draft. The logistics behind running one of those as like a single event organizer, I learned quickly impossible. But I did successfully throw a 32 player draft. That's probably like the quintessential AlphaFrog Invitational. That's the one that Sam Pardee won. I minted an NFT of an MS Paint picture that I drew that said "World's Bestest Cube Drafter" that Sam Pardee now owns. So like, can't take that away from him.
That is excellent.
And then from that, I ran a couple more events, and I had Anu hop on board and help me run things, and that's how we got the Magic Online sponsorship, is through Anu's connections.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely saw those. That's when I kind of became aware of the cubing, the accessibility of the cubing culture in Discord and all that.
So yeah, I don't know what the future of the show looks like. I'm not sure if Magic Online is going to want to sponsor us again. If they did, I would jump all over that. But I think that they were having more success with their like Modern Master or MTGO Master series where they do the modern content. It's more popular. So I feel like right now we're just kind of in a spot where when I feel like doing it, I'll do it. And yeah, hopefully there will be more. I was thinking that the logistics of running this event was going to be more stressful than it has been, but this seems to have been working out okay. Like, I don't have a production staff. I'm just kind of running things, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the quality of things too much that it's like I could see myself running this sort of thing regularly. It's just so much fun.
Right. Yeah. It's oh boy.
Oh, actually, there
I
is
guess.
something that I want to do for Worlds. I mean, I don't know if this is going to come to fruition at all, but I was talking with some people, and this guy I met in the Chicago Magic Fest, he has
Okay.
the coolest cube I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's definitely one of the coolest cubes in the world, if not the coolest. Like, all the cards were original printing with
Oh
like
wow.
artists, like the artist customization on it. Like, it's the only time I've ever held
Oh, that's
that much power. Like, I drafted power and I've
right.
got to play with like real power. The only time I've ever done
Yeah,
that. I got to like hold a
that's
Black Lotus.
right. That's a really special experience for sure.
And I was told that if I can get WotC's attention, because they do like sponsored events at Worlds for content creators,
Okay.
and I was told if I can get their attention that I can use his cube for that.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I want to figure out how to pitch that to them when Worlds opens up and the content creator stuff is open to the public to pitch ideas. I'm definitely going to see what I can do. That would be so cool to get like a
I mean, yeah.
group of like 8 known pros to draft like the
Just an
sickest cube that
absolute
you've ever
gorgeous
seen.
cube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was told
Yeah.
that Brandon Sanderson has a cooler cube, but I'll believe
Okay.
it when I
All
see
right.
it.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, and like, I mean, I'm really happy that you undertook the burden of, sole producer for this. It's just really special for the Cube community and getting some more people into it and getting some more coverage on it. So that's really awesome.
I mean, I just love how much Cube has exploded. It used to be that nobody was putting on these events at all, and now it's like I don't even really have to because there's so much Cube content out there. But I'll still
Hmm.
I'll still do my shows when I can.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a spicy one from Tom here.
Like, LSV has done so much for the Cube community. I cannot
Hmm.
thank him enough for just not only bringing it into vogue, but producing high quality content that so many people enjoy to watch. I can't
Yeah,
play I can't play a full league on Magic Online without somebody being like, "Hey, I watch you on the LSV videos.
in
It's
the
great."
the LSB channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 for sure.
It's so
But
good to see
yeah.
the community come together behind my favorite way to play Magic.
Oh, mine too, by far. So yeah, this is looking like it might be a pretty quick one.
Yeah,
With
this is how
Black Lotus
Tom's
Time
deck
Lock.
has been performing.
All right, just remand that, get another 2/2.
I've spent like 8 mana by turn 3.
And here we go, Coveted Jewel. Good lord.
Yeah, why
So
not? Coveted Jewel, sure.
this has got to be like about the top end of cube
Oh
right
wow,
here,
Candelabra. Let's cast some more spells. Why not?
right? Candelabra, Tinker. Yeah,
We
man.
don't
Tom
even
is just
need to
putting on a
tinker.
show.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
This is his worst draw yet. Frowny face.
I saw that
Tom.
in the chat.
Oh yeah.
It's got to be one of the best cube, like vintage cube decks I have ever seen. I don't even know how he got it, but
There was a
holy
chance that Tom
cow.
was going to have to miss today because he was playing the World Series of Poker, but he got knocked out last night. So his bad luck last night is made up for. I mean, I'm sure he would have preferred to get this luck at the
I'm
World
right.
Series, but it exists, Tom.
A pretty good consolation prize to play some cube, and even got the force of will to
I
get it
mean,
up like that.
honestly, would you rather win the World Series of Poker or the AlphaFrog Invitational? I guess it's kind of like a toss-up.
It is really um,
Both
a
equally
pretty memorable
prestigious.
event. You just got to think about what matters more to you, poker or magic.
There are fewer winners of the AlphaFrog Invitational than there are winners of the World Series of Poker. So if you think about it, it's like
It,
rarefied air.
right, way more rarefied than World Series of Poker, and there's probably fewer of the Bender Titans running around, so
Yeah, that's a one
arguably a
of
better
one of
prize
one.
too. Let's see if poor Mac can cobble something together here.
Like Mac plays a turn 2 Minkskin Boo and still loses. Oh, this is the worst hand yet.
Definitely. Do you think Tom will mulligan given how strong his deck is?
I guess
Nope.
not.
Guess that's a nope. It's I guess it's a turn 3 Kappa Cannoneer still.
Yeah, I like this keep because it gives us a chance to get a third game.
That's true. All right. Well, Mac seems to have a good one. Okay.
One Theorlingus.
Theorlingus for 1. The secret mode of 4 Theorlingus. It's not just a fireball.
Oh, the secret mode is for 0. Turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 Theorlingus for 0.
That's the secret mode. I guess this is Grim Monolith and Counterspell because of Candelabra, although you really don't want to.
That's one way to do it.
That is.
Oh, we're going to see Counterspell probably.
I think so, right? It's got to be better to have the Monolith in play and denying your opponent 2 pests.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just about denying the pests.
Yeah. Right, the way Tom loses a game is getting really far behind on board, right? And so not getting behind on board means not letting your opponent have pests.
Yeah, and we're sitting with like a Coveted Jewel in hand, so if we cast that, we don't want our opponent to have a bunch of creatures. Ooh, Time Walk.
Okay. This is
not out of the woods yet, but Narset does a good job of stopping this Monarch from getting too far out of hand. And it should buy a couple turns. Oh, no.
Leyline here we go. 1 mana Leyline Binding.
Eat that Narset right up.
Yeah. And maybe with a 3 mana follow-up. Guess not. What do you think? I don't know. I guess it's like how much do you want to try to get out of a Time Walk is what Tom's thinking about, right? Because you can explore and set up a Kappa.
Yeah, I think you want to Time Walk off the Coveted Jewel if possible.
Right. Yeah. That's the best setup.
And the question is, do you just untap Monolith or do you play Monolith?
Mm-hmm.
It's about the same.
It's about the same. We do both. Have a different Monolith tapped.
True. Yeah, I guess this makes sense because if removal spell comes on the Monolith, you can untap the other one.
Sure, yeah. I don't know if Mac has another... Oh, there you go. Another Shatter.
Yep, heads up. Heads up from Tom. I guess there's a reason he wanted Pro Tour.
Unsurprising. Yeah. Unsurprising that Tom figured out the way to play around a Shatter effect. So this should be a pretty straightforward Coveted Jewel Time Walk. See what happens. Guess you could go for Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, you could.
If Tom wants to try to close the game.
Kappa Time Walk, but what does that leave you? That leaves you playing Coveted Jewel on the next turn and then
not having Time Walk and then losing the Coveted Jewel.
Well, not necessarily. If there's
I guess it depends what you draw.
A good selection of cards to draw off of the Jewel.
Yeah. Yeah, and if Tom thinks that he needs to close the game out, I guess it's got to be the Kappa line because I mean, Kappa Cannoneer has a lot of text, but it's essentially hexproof, unblockable, so pretty tough one to kill. Oh, well, Tinker will work.
Yeah, Tinker is
actually with the workshop.
Well, Tinker gets Portal to Phyrexia, so
oh, okay.
That's quite strong in this spot.
Yeah. And then Time Walk.
Yeah, just Portal, Time Walk, GG, easy.
Yeah, so with Workshop and Candelabra and Coveted Jewel, Tom might be able to do it all. Because you can go like shops, untap shops.
Oh, and cast the Kappa and Time
Walk. Cast
the
Kappa, and then still have the Time Walk, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. I think that's 8 mana.
Okay,
Right.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, just Kappa time walk and then Tinker next turn for the portal.
Right, and then your Kappa starts hitting, and you get the Monarch.
That's way more damage. Although you could Tinker for the portal, get back Loran, kill Leyline Binding,
Yes. Yeah.
and then you have Narset.
It's kind of like, does Tom want the main course or the dessert first? 'Cause
Although I
think
guess
either
playing
situation
Kappa
will win.
here, yeah, I don't think it really matters because playing Kappa here takes the
Right.
Monarch back, so then you wouldn't even need the Narset.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's
Yeah.
just
It looks like
counting things out
Tom's
to
doing
make
the math.
sure
Because
that
it's
he's
one,
got
two,
like enough
three,
blue mana.
and then you tap your island for 3 more colorless, and then you tap that. Oh, or you could just use Candelabra as your improvise. That works too.
Yeah, he could have got Preordain off, but I guess whatever.
All right, so you just kind of do everything, right?
I think he's probably scouting out a lethal line here, if possible.
Yeah. Is there a way to do 17 in 1 turn?
Maybe.
I know, right? With the shark, maybe, I think.
Yeah, with this deck, I feel like it's possible for anything to happen. I also think that Tinker and putting Portal into play might just be enough to induce a scoop.
Yeah, I
We'll
think
see.
so. Right, you leave Mac with no creatures in play, and you've got Kappa. So
Yeah.
this is going to be like a 3-turn clock minimum. Yeah.
Is that top? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Mana Lake's
Oh,
still
no,
pretty
bottom
low.
top.
It was top bottom. Okay, don't want the Mana Lake.
Kind of makes sense to not keep the Mana Leak.
Yeah, it's kind of live, but kind of not live. It counters some of the things that matter. All right, looks like Tom's found a way to have a 2-turn clock here with a counter spell.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah,
Tom's deck is so good.
That was. Oof.
Oh, wow. I was saying that all the decks at the table look really good too, and then Tom's is just
Right? Yeah, they all looked super strong, and Tom's was like, nah, this is what a real vintage cube deck looks like.
oh, he outplayed Mac there. Counter this, please. No counters.
No counter.
That's just some good banter. Not Preordain.
I mean, like, Tom can even just let this resolve.
Yeah. Just for the flex.
Yeah.
Got
Right,
him.
it's deterministic. Activate research desk, get it back, have an unblockable cannoneer for 9.
Yeah.
It's just better to make sure your opponent doesn't have the possibility of gaining life. Yeah, just going for the tap.
Just slow
Really,
rolling you, bro.
yeah.
This is just gamesmanship right here.
Tapped bounce jewel.
Yeah, why not? I still had all these.
Well, I can't say I'm terribly surprised that Tom won, but he put on quite the show. That was a very sweet deck.
Wow. Wow, wee wah.
Right. Holy cow.
Well, that was a ton of fun.
Absolutely.
I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Here, I'm trying to pull up his deck here. I'll get it eventually. There we go.
It's hiding somewhere.
Just have to have something on screen while we send everybody off to enjoy the rest of their Sunday. Yeah, thanks for joining me in the booth, replacing J-Bro. Sorry for everybody that was expecting the man, the myth, the legend, J-Bro, but I feel like we did a little bit pretty good job of filling in.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity. It was an absolute blast to hang out for about 4 hours, watch some Cube, talk about some Cube. Absolutely appreciate you giving me the opportunity and running this whole event and doing all of it by yourself. So
yeah, I was also expecting it to take like maybe 5 or 6 hours, so hitting that 4-hour mark is pretty sweet. It makes me encouraged to do something like this again, maybe. Just like
the
It went
structure for
smooth,
sure.
which is good.
It really did. Yeah, and I think that's mostly thanks to you. All thanks to you,
Oh
really.
well, thank
The
you.
thing on, you ran the whole thing on.
No, it's
You
thanks
ran
to
the
our
whole thing.
viewers. Thanks to all of our viewers. Hopefully, I got the VOD recorded of this. There's a chance that I just completely whiffed on recording it, and this is the only
Yeah.
chance to see it. But
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
And
Thanks for
do you have a YouTube that people might be able to find it on if the recording worked?
yes. If the recording worked, it will be on my YouTube later today.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, sorry. Thanks for
Um,
joining, and I'll catch you all next time.
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me and thanks for running it. I'll see you around.
And go to KubeCon.
Absolutely.
It's a demand.